Well, well, well. Hello. How are we doing today? Mike. It's the right mic. I'm just gonna quiet. Fuck you. All right. Mike, is AIDS dying? Wait, is it actually dying or is it just quiet? Look, I got... There you go. We're like a real streamer now. We got overlay and everything. What's our good friend DeSantis up to?
What you'll get out of me for sure.
Well, Ron, what do you think about the annihilation and the decapitation of all the Palestinians in Gaza right now? They basically bulldozed the whole. I worked in the Gaza Strip and worked in Palestinian refugee camps.
But they are not decapitating babies' heads. They are not intentionally doing that.
They're blowing up entire residential buildings. I watched Al Jazeera's, and they're not covering that on CNN.
Well, I would be very careful with Al Jazeera. I mean, that's funded by a lot of these Middle East governments.
Yeah,
I'd be very careful with Al
But I don't
Jazeera.
think they're faking pictures of families carrying their babies in, totally dead. You know, it's a two-way street. Israel has been killing Palestinians for the whole time Gaza has existed, and they've been contained in prison.
Hamas, Israel put in a warning, we're going to go in this area, civilians leave. Hamas tells them not to leave. Hamas wants them to be human shields. That's their tactic, technique, and procedure. How many other armed forces give warnings to get out before they go? I think Israel's probably the only one in the world that does that.
Didn't the United States do that in Iraq? Am I crazy on that? Isn't that generally standard practice? Or at least for us. I could be wrong on that, but okay. Okay, DeSantis.
I don't condone the killing of any innocent civilians, and I don't condone what Hamas did.
Oh, true. Actually, I think there were pamphlets even for World War II before bombing runs as well, where civilians were warned beforehand. How has Jackson Hickel become so popular? I can't tell how much of his popularity is real versus like a sophisticated like bot farm. This guy, yeah, like I said, he's obviously funded by some sort of Russian entity, and I know they're not above using like bots to like pump up views and stuff. But yeah, that dude, the dude's insane. Did you see the recent drama around Bruce being a snake LSF thread? No, but I don't follow or care about like any of these guys. Let's see. Oh wait, let's finish our boy DeSantis.
In the kibbutzes, but Israel is doing the exact same thing with Benjamin Netanyahu, who is a radical right-wing crazy person. And I see hundreds of Palestinian families that are dead, and they have nowhere to go because they can't leave the Gaza because no one's opening their borders.
Well, that's the thing. You bring up a good point, though. You bring up a really good point. Why aren't these Arab countries willing to absorb some of the Palestinian Arabs? They will not do it. Egypt will not do it. Saudi will not do it. None of them will do it.
Kind of true. That is a big ask, though. You're just saying to like have like 2 million people go to different countries. Also, I think Jordan, especially, I think has absorbed quite a few Palestinian refugees so far, like over the past like couple decades. But
from their homes in 1948, I was there. I saw where
none of them will do it. None of the Arab countries will be able to accept refugees.
You had my vote, but you don't now.
oof, that guy was never voting for DeSantis. But that was funny, yeah. How many did European countries absorb from Palestine? Probably not many, but I'm pretty sure from the Syrian refugee crisis, pretty sure that's on the scale of millions. What do you feel about the news that Israel ignored that intel that Hamas was going to attack? A lot of people are saying that Israel intentionally ignored the info. I would wait for, you have to have like validation or confirmation on any of that, and I haven't seen any of that. The most, I don't want to repeat this because I know it's true, but I thought the most that I saw was that there's like always continual warnings of like maybe something happening, but the idea that there was a precise warning that was attempted to have been passed off to Israel that they intentionally ignored to, you know, stir up conflict or whatever, I haven't seen any good proof of that. If anybody has a link on that, we can read, but I haven't seen that yet. Why are grapers obsessed with your Twitter? Probably because I'm the only political person that would like give any of them the time of day, so they see me as like the only path to any kind of mainstream coverage, or as mainstream as I am, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, but the problem is that, like, in the world we live in today, I'm pretty sure, oh, if I had to guess, among Republicans in the United States, my guess would be probably 50% think that, like, Bush let 9/11 happen. That'd be my guess right now. So if you've got, like, a bunch of people that believe that that happened, then Egypt tipping off Israel and Netanyahu not doing anything because he wants to foment and justify an invasion of the Gaza Strip is, like, not unbelievable, I guess, if all of that has been satisfied so far, if you think that so far, but... GOP guy says Egypt did winners. Yes, I've heard that. The lawmaker, yes, U.S. lawmaker. But what the warning was is like really important because all I've read is everything sounds like very vague, you know. Watch people claiming that the photo of the burned baby is AI generated and or a Photoshop. That is absolutely not true. Well, hold on. I shouldn't say that. Is it possible that it's photoshopped or AI generated? That's possible, I guess, but there's been zero evidence to show so far that that is the case. Somebody plugged the image into a random AI or not like website, and the website said AI generated, but these are like incredibly crude online services. Like you could probably plug in like 30 pictures you've taken from your phone and 10 of them will come up as AI generated. Or people were throwing like obviously AI generated pictures of like Biden into this thing, and it was saying that like, oh no, this is a real picture of Biden, and it was like obviously not. So yeah, a bunch of people are like running around now saying that it's just basically been proven that that is the case. That's absolutely not true. The big meme is that Netanyahu approved funding to go from Qatar to Hamas from 2013 to 2019, and now he's being held partially responsible by most Israelis. He's done so most likely. Maybe. I've heard a lot of clips of him saying some pretty wild stuff about that. I don't know how much is like what the context of those conversations are, but obviously if it's true that Netanyahu is supporting Hamas in an attempt to undermine, you know, the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank or whatever, or like that obviously looks really, really, really bad for him, and he might be done so, but you have to be careful because a lot of people will be cheering that like hooray, like you know, Netanyahu is gone, and that's good. But if you're somebody that's looking for like more left-leaning or less hawkish leadership, I don't know if in the wake of Netanyahu leaving, there's going to be somebody that's less, like more to the left of him coming back in. You know, I'm not sure. I could be wrong, but I don't know. Could always be wrong. But I mean, like, yeah, there's no guarantee that the next guy's going to be better. But then again, I don't know who's running for. Have you seen the Caspian Report video on YouTube expanding on this conflict beyond just Israel versus Palestine? It shows how Iran and Saudi Arabia are both very involved, much more than what is being let on. No. Everybody that understands the region knows that every other country in this region has vying interests. That's why, like, regardless of this is why I just get irritated. Like, the conditions in Gaza are horrible. The conditions in the West Bank are bad, if not horrible. The settler expansion, all of this, these are bad things. But you can't just frame the conversation as just Israel and Palestine, because there's way more players involved. And when you look at it, obviously, if you look at it as just Israel and Palestine, I mean, Israel are like pretty obviously like the bad guys and the horrible people, and there's very little justification for how they act. But if you look at it in the greater context of several countries especially Lebanon, especially, you know, Hezbollah, especially Iran and the IRGC, especially these other entities that exist in the Middle East that have like a vested interest in seeing Israel destroyed for one reason or another. Yeah, the picture changes a bit. Not to say that civilians dying or power being cut off to the Gaza Strip is good or bad or any of that. I'm just saying that it's, yeah, there's a lot of people that have interest in the region, I guess, in regards to Israel. Thoughts on potentially killing hundreds of thousands of children via dehydration. Why? Because they're turning off they're blockading the food and water. I mean, I don't know. I guess it's a question of who's responsible. If Hamas is holding on to hostages and they're not willing to give the hostages up, and I don't even know. I don't even know how I begin to parse like who's the responsible party there. I'm not sure. This is why one of the reasons why I think that like the historical analysis is worthless, and like figuring out like who's at fault is worthless. This is why like I feel like for this region I feel like it's more important to just figure out like take a collection of the facts as they are and then figure out a solution with the facts as they are, because you can like infinitely justify almost any particular position that you want in this region. You can almost justify Hamas as good guys, you can almost justify IDF killing civilians as good guys. Like it's just, yeah, I think that once you start getting into the justification part, it becomes very clusterfucky, as opposed to like we should just like here are the facts of the matter, and then we have to figure out like how to make this work with, you know, the people as is. It's like illegal immigration in the United States. Like, is amnesty for illegal immigrants like morally or ethically a good policy? Like maybe not. They did break the law, but like pragmatically, are you going to deport 13 million people and have them process? Like, no, that's stupid, right? That's not going to happen. You just have to take the facts as they are and then go from there. Yeah. Here's an article from the New York Post about Israel being warned. We can read this. I think it's always good. I don't think the New York Post straight up lies, but the New York Post would be nowhere near my list of publications that I would ever trust to get news from. But also, these are ridiculously small. What is this? Jesus. How do people live with 1080p monitors? Israel rejects Egypt intelligence officials' claim that nation ignored warnings of something big. Israel's failure to anticipate the Hamas terror attacks came despite warnings from Egypt that something big was about to happen, according to an intelligence officer from the go-between nation from Egypt. We have warned them, an explosion of the situation is coming and very soon, and it would be big, said the official from Egypt, which often serves as a mediator between Israel and Hamas. But they underestimated such warnings, the Egyptian intelligence official told the Associated Press while speaking on condition of anonymity. Yeah, what, I don't know what the fuck. This is more or less what I read earlier, so I guess the little bit I gleaned was essentially that. Like, it's not like, if it would have been like a specific warning or a specific threat, I think there'd be a lot more culpability here, but this is fairly vague. But they underestimated such warnings. The threat from Gaza was overlooked because Israeli officials were focused on the rising tide of violence on the West Bank, the Egyptian insider claimed. However, Israel certainly dismissed the anonymous official's claim as totally fake news. The report to the effect that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu received a message in advance from Egypt is absolutely false, the Prime Minister's office tweeted. No message in advance has arrived from Egypt, and the Prime Minister has neither spoken nor met with the head of Egyptian intelligence since the formation of the government, neither directly nor indirectly. Either way, Israel was caught flat-footed in the lead-up to the assault by Hamas, whose terrorists broke through border barriers to launch a brazen attack that has so far killed at least 800 people and wounded over 2,000. I think those numbers are over, is it 1,100 now? But yeah, so I don't know. I don't really buy that. If more evidence gets released of that, it'd be interesting to see, but I don't think there's anything compelling showing that there was some huge warning that Israel ignored. I know people really want that story right now because they want to feel like Netanyahu is like intentionally letting his citizens die to provoke the rest of the world to take action against Palestine or whatever, but what's actually wrong with deporting all illegal immigrants in the United States? There's probably a lot of local economies that rely on them, and then just the logistics and everything. I'm just looking at it in terms of like a cost benefit, like the cost to outing, like I think it's 13 million was the last estimate that I heard. The cost of outing that many people, the cost of the local economies of trying to replace the workers, and like the perceived benefit is almost nothing. Like it's better to just create like paths to legalization, right? You're in the country already, like sign up for a social security number, figure out what the fuck you have to do, and then go from there. Rather than we're going to go on a mission to deport 13 million plus people for the United States. It's not realistic. The problem is that because it'll never happen, if that's like the demand, then we just do nothing, which is what we've been doing. We just have the status quo. Like, what do you think the result of all this will be? Will they absorb Gaza into Israel proper? I still haven't read what, I don't know, has Israel made announcements yet for their intention? I know I was reading headlines earlier that they were telling like 1 million people need to evacuate from the northern part of the Gaza Strip. As someone just mentioned, they always attack on Jewish holidays, Destiny, around September, and about are very. Okay, are there like 1 million Jewish holidays? All right, does that mean anything? I don't know. The Spox for Israel said their goal is to completely destroy Hamas's ability to harm Israel. Yeah, so that's like the political line given by Israel, but I don't know what that actually means, right? That might mean like a destruction of far more infrastructure in Gaza than arguably just what's military. Or, the argument could be that like, well, all of their infrastructure is military, right? Hamas's, main headquarters is the largest hospital in in Gaza. So, I mean, at this point, the problem is that like with the way Hamas conducts itself, Israel can justify almost anything if they really want to. So it's just kind of a messy, Most people think they'll just remove any military capacity and then permanently occupy Gaza for the foreseeable future. Have you noticed a similarity between the people claiming that Hamas aren't real Muslims and tankies preaching not real socialism? It seems reductive to ignore the beliefs they represent. The religious part is just not. I think when you're looking at Palestine and Israel, I don't think that the religious aspect is the thing that you need to be focusing on. I think that the struggle first and foremost is like a material one related to the actual conditions on the ground and the actual dispute over the borders and the actual dispute over, like Israel existing as a nation. Like, I mean, religion probably nibbles at the edges here, but it's far and away not the most important thing that's, I think, driving the people in this conflict. Logan dropped out of the fight. Why do you guys keep linking this? I've heard like 15 different times that everybody's dropping out. I don't think it's ever been true. Oh, I saw this. Holy yikes. Did you see that Russia basically confirmed that Russia struck the village and killed 50 civilians, but they're saying they were neo-Nazi soldiers instead? I haven't. We're on Israel, Palestine, okay? Ukraine, Russia's. That's yesterday's news, okay? You see the interview with the Hamas leader saying they've been deceiving Israel about peace for years? Nope. A lot of news is misreporting the evacuation order. Israel clarified it was Gaza City alone and not all of northern Gaza. They also said it might take longer than 24 hours. Okay. This is insane. An instructor at Stanford has been suspended for telling Jewish students to take their belongings and stand in a corner. The instructor said, "This is what Israel does to the Palestinians." The instructor then asked, "How many people died in the Holocaust?" When a student answered 6 million, the lecturer said, "Colonizers killed more than 6 million. Israel is a colonizer." This story is fucking wild. I'm not sure. What's going on over there at Stanford? I think that test Test. Hold on. Okay, moving microphone. Test. Okay. There we go. I'm pretty sure that. I think that professor got put on hold or leave or something. I don't think they fired them, but fuck, it's like blocking my monitor. Do you see Tate and Shapiro going at it on Twitter? No, a little bit, but not. Why? Why do I need Tate's analysis of Middle Eastern foreign policy? Suspended. Oh, maybe they're suspended right now?
Why don't you do something for Palestine? Why don't you do something for Palestine? Why don't you? This is for Palestine.
They're not mutually exclusive. It's children. It's children. It's innocent people.
Okay, what about the children in Palestine?
That's not. It doesn't make it.
Right.
Jesus.
Jesus. It was a teaching assistant, not a tenured professor, I think, at Destiny. Gotcha. I think you might have answered this before, but what would it take for you to think that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism? Probably nothing. I think they're two. I mean, there could be a ton of overlap, obviously, but I don't think they necessarily have to be one or the other. How long was that Leftovers podcast? How long if we watch this? 3 hours? How long is it, like, interesting for? Is it interesting, like, the whole time, or? Fuck it. There were some good memes? Okay, link me and we'll watch some of it, I guess. Tell my DrK thing. Just this part with Hassan Discord. Why? Watch it at 3 times speed. Wait, let me check this out real quick. Kai calls out Bruce, drop him off after the DMs that were leaked dissing him. Is Bruce still, like, reasonably popular? I feel like he hated everybody. It just seems like he talks so much shit.
My mother, I want you to tell me, what have I done to you for you to talk to me in that type of way? And to gossip to your mods, bro. You should be going to therapy, my nigga. If that's how you feeling, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I really think that nigga really going through some shit, bro. I swear to God, you need to go to therapy. If that's how you feeling, bro, you need to go on that track hawk, hit 100 on the gas, straight to therapy. Tell the nigga or bitch what the fuck you're going to, bro. That's what you need to do, gang. You need to do that, bro. Because I don't respect that at all, bro. You telling me shit is old? Nigga, the shit is well damn near after the apology, bro. That shit not cool. I'ma treat this shit as if anybody would do this to me. And I don't want to be your friend no more. I don't want to do shit with you no more. I don't want to be associated with you no more. I don't give a fuck what you got going on. Because it is too dangerous to have a nigga like that in my circle.
Jesus. I don't think I can read this, but these are the okay. You know what? I super don't care about this. I really don't care.
Or the temple. Temple.
Oh,
Over there.
over there. Okay. That's over. Understand.
Yes.
Simple hack.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Oh, in the tree.
Is this like a random guy? Why is she holding his hand? What's happening? Oh,
Have
God.
A good day.
Oh. Simple hack.
Simple hug.
Simple hack. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Excuse me. Short time. Thank you.
Thank you.
What was the last 10 out of 10 game that I've I don't know.
Yeah. Good lucky. Good lucky. Good time.
Good time?
Good journey. Good luck.
Oh, good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Good time.
Yeah. Thank
Luck.
you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Jesus. Christ. Micron CCB reacts from 3 weeks ago. What the Mel? Are you melon? Yeah. Cool. What is this?
Oh, we could have a disagreement. We could have a friendly disagreement. I haven't seen the Ethan Klein, Hassan, Taiwan shit, but without even looking into
25 days ago. Wait, why am I... This better be worth watching.
it, I 100% agree with what Hassan said. Why? Because there's never been a liberal that has a good take on China. It's never happened. So, yeah. I don't even need to hear anymore. I know Hassan's right. It's just that simple. If anything, Hassan didn't go far enough. Also, I don't really think Ethan knows what class trader means, because at this point he's rich as fuck. So if somebody called him a class trader, his class is rich capital owner who owns multiple businesses. That's good. Unless you guys are saying that he's a class trader in the sense of you think...
I don't even know what that means. In a Marxist sense, I don't think class trader has anything to do with the amount of wealth you have. Although he did say business owner afterwards. But I mean, Hassan is a business owner as well, right? I don't know. Okay, don't care. 5,000 subs? Yeah, he's got a few Oilers apparently, is what people say. But I don't follow shit close enough. And I don't ever care to, so... Check out the timestamp here. Is this before or after Crygate? This is after?
At this time, I want to turn my attention to some of the very evil takes I've heard some prominent folks making about Israelis. Here is one such example of a dude, and this guy is very popular. He has 1.6 million subscribers. He is a very popular political YouTuber.
I can't see anything. You
called
gotta...
Second Thought. Sorry, this.
Oh yeah, he's my friend. I like JT.
All right, well then you.
Oh my god. Wait, look at the video of Hassan's Discord. It's during this exact part. Okay, fuck it. Link me that one and we'll watch that, okay? Go for it.
At this time, I want to turn my attention to some of the very evil takes I've heard some prominent folks making about Israelis. Here is one such example of a dude, and this guy is very popular. He has 1.6 million subscribers. He is a very popular.
Hassan made Ethan apologize to that insane frog woman. I haven't seen the actual convo. I really want to do a breakdown of this convo if it is what I've thought, because it sounds like these are just my impressions based on like the things that I've been reading, but it sounds like Hassan came into this conversation with like a very particular intent and strategy, and Ethan just kind of came in like being willing to make concessions, and apparently Hassan got like 1 million concessions from Ethan without making a single one on his own. And then you fucking retards, because Hassan cries for like 20 seconds here for some shit that he probably doesn't even give a fuck about. All of you assume that he was like some genuine, you know, like emotionally invested guy. You know, the same guy that talked about that one senator getting skull fucked by the Mujahideen and saying America deserved 9/11. That guy like suddenly was filled with compassion for the harassment of people at a funeral. But okay, let me.
Political YouTuber.
I can't see anything. You
called
gotta...
Second Thought. Sorry, this.
Oh yeah, he's my friend. I like JT.
All right, well then, you tell me what you think about this. He said, "What's going on in occupied Palestine is unprecedented. No doubt we'll have wall."
Is it on? Wait, hold on. I don't have my glasses today.
It's just the.
I'm not gonna be able to see it. I just had to click on it so I can read it. But go ahead. You can read it out. You can read it out loud.
Here, you know what? Let me show you this video.
Is it on the Google Doc?
Let me show you the video first. This will be easier for you. He basically says the same thing here. So here he is doing a podcast.
I've been on, I think, is this Deprogram? I've been on the podcast.
I don't know what it's called, but this is just a clip from, yes.
Yeah.
So here's his take on this, and let's listen.
Thank you very much. He says, did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news? I don't care.
Yeah, the occupiers are not civilian.
First of all, just straight off the bat,
the person that's talking is Hakim. He is a doctor in Iraq, and of course, just to put this into a decent frame of reference for those who are unfamiliar, I think he will probably have a much more ruthless how he feels about American forces and what they've done to his home.
I'm pretty sure is all.
I listen, okay. I don't want to get into this too much because I want to just do like a whole day where I watch the whole thing. So I'm going to repeat a lot of these takes. I don't have any problems on its face with like Hassan endlessly justifying the tanky, like, well, of course, this guy's from Iraq. Of course, this guy's going to have issues with the U.S. Blah, blah. That's fine. But there's like, if you can do like the levels of horrible people that exist on the planet, okay? Like the best people are people that have empathy and compassion for everybody. Then the next level are people that are sociopaths and don't care about anybody. But the worst people on the planet are the selective empathy people, okay? That is the absolute worst of the worst because they seem like they care. They lead you in bad directions. They seem like, but the selective empathy stuff is the worst type of thing you could do. Now, if Hassan wants to say like, oh, these people might feel a certain type of way, or Palestinians or Iraqi citizens, whatever, that's fine. I understand that. But then you can't like analyze say conservatives or like Kyle Rittenhouse, be like, oh, these are just evil people with like demons in their souls trying to murder LGBT people for absolutely no reason. Like, where's all of the empathy? Where's all of the this nuance and analysis that I know you're capable of? As soon as it comes to analyzing somebody you disagree with, right? It's selective empathy. It's not real. That's why I don't buy it when he was crying over whatever bullshit. Like, I think it's all part of just this propaganda campaign.
All second thought.
No, the one who said.
No, I know. But
Yeah.
Here.
Send files off. Thank you very much. He says, did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news?
So wait, who's talking there?
That's Hakim.
Okay, so second thought's the one who says, I don't care, and laughs.
Wait, say it.
I don't care.
This
No,
guy.
that's Hakim.
I don't.
The guy with the accent.
Yeah, that's Hakim. Second thought is an American.
So second thought is the guy who's asking.
Somebody linked me this and said to it's because I'm not on 1080p. I can't even see what Hassan's Discord is saying. Okay. Oh, it's so over for Ethan. Ethan said JT is a tanky. Ethan is officially an online Twitter leftist. Deprogram. Read theory or history. Anytime a leftist tells you to read theory or history, you like they never do. They don't even do it themselves. But okay.
The question.
No, Hakim is the one who read it. He's reading it from chat. It's a super chat.
Did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news? I don't care.
Yeah. Well, anyway, he agrees with him, so let's just fucking listen to the clip.
The occupiers
I
are
don't-
not civilians. That is what it comes
Yeah.
down to. Like imagine
French-
if
Sorry, go on.
Germany, let's say Germany to be non.
That's him, right?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Controversial.
And not that it matters.
invaded the United States, and they said, you know what, Cincinnati, Ohio is our ancestral home, and everyone knows that's blatantly false. But they take your home, they murder your grandma, they bulldoze like your neighbor's house. Are those people civilians there? No, they're occupiers, and those are criminals. There are no civilians there. In the,
So
according to second thought, he says that every Israeli is an occupier, and there are.
I love all the Giga Chads. God, dude, if leftists were held as responsible for their audiences as anybody ostensibly on the right was, it would be actually Jover. Jesus Christ.
Are no citizens there in response to decapitating
there are
babies,
two
which I
different.
can now say.
There are two different schools of thought here.
Why? Wait, why not talk? Why are we talking about two different schools of thought? Why not just talk about the one that was just presented on this program?
So, the first is
And the take in the comments is based.
Yeah, of course. The 1948ers.
I'm tired of Ethan acting like the morality police. Why is Ethan doing this? Oh my God.
Believe that there's two different schools of thought within, I would say, anti-Zionism. Those who believe that all matter of settlements that were propped up even in the inception of the Israeli nation state are unjustifiable, and that they are settlers. So they extend beyond your perspective that you agree with, which is because West Bank is a settler occupation.
I think it's an extremely evil thing to say, what he said.
Let me ask you this.
No. What do you think? What he said?
Like, oh my God. I'm not gonna be able to. It's frustrating because like Ethan is like I haven't watched I've watched like clips, but it's obvious like from watching this that like Ethan is in a pretty, I don't want to say emotional state, but he's like trying to connect here, and Hassan is just like in full on psychopath mode. Like, does Hassan actually do anything besides his like crocodile tears earlier? Is he going to connect on any of Ethan's statements, or is he just going to like ramble off these like little retarded like Twitter headlines that he's read and amassed inside of his brain for the past 13 or however many fucking years he's been allowed? Or actually, I guess it hasn't been that long. An actual debate pervert, true.
It is evil?
I think it is, one, unproductive, and two, it does not meet the realities on the ground.
So that's fine if you want to say that, but you'd know that he wouldn't use this standard for any other. What does he think about Pinochet? Or what does he think about what does he think about like Vietnam? Or does he think that should have America have intervened in the Korean War? Like, what is his thought on any other American intervention? Every time it's about American intervention, it's evil, right? Iraq was evil. I don't even know what he thinks about Saddam Hussein. He probably thinks he was a good guy. Who the fuck knows, right? He thinks that, like, probably every NATO action is evil. I'm pretty sure in the beginning he thought Ukraine was evil, but he had to bend to his audience because even that take was too unpopular. Like, why so much nuance for this side? And so much charitability? And so much like, well, there's different ways to look at it. Fuck me.
And it's not a viable solution.
So calling, just to be clear, calling babies.
No, of course not.
Settlers.
Of course.
And they're not even living.
They're not.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
they're
Okay.
babies.
So I
Now,
just want to say,
listen.
I just
have
want
a
to
question
say
for you. I have a
that
question
this
for you.
guy's a fucking evil piece of shit for saying that.
Can I ask you a question?
Can I finish? Let me
What is he gonna pivot to?
finish the
Okay,
video.
we'll finish this, but I do have a question for you because I think you're going to agree with something I'm about to say.
Yes. Let's just finish it and then we'll talk.
Invaded the United States, and they said, you know what, Cincinnati, Ohio is our ancestral home, and everyone knows that's blatantly false. But they take your home, they murder your grandma, they bulldoze like your neighbor's house. Are those people civilians there? No, they're occupiers, and those are criminals. That is, there are no civilians there in the illegal military occupation.
Yeah. So that's number one.
I mean, that's so callous. It's kind of hard to fucking even believe.
I wish Ethan was just more. Ethan needs like more structure here for his argument, or maybe he'll say it. Maybe I shouldn't say it. Maybe he'll say it. But like the thing is that this guy's justified, right, the murder of every single person that's perceived to be a settler, which is incompatible with today's world, right? That would be insane. But that's essentially what he's justified, right? But I don't know if Ethan can air that exactly. Yeah. Why does it supposed to have 1.3K comments? I think we've been front paging a lot recently, so there's a lot of people that are piling into comment.
Just how flippant he can be about calling babies militants that are deserving to be killed.
Very beautifully put. Number two, much more importantly, the track record of Palestinians has been 1,000 times better than that of the Israeli occupation, despite the fact that Israeli occupation does not need to brutalize. They already have all the power, but they still choose to do far worse. The worst that will happen to a person in Palestinian custody is that they're going to be like auctioned off for a prisoner swap, which is the historic track record also.
I don't believe that's true. I don't have examples offhand. Maybe we can dive into that. But the idea that like every prisoner in Palestine is treated like perfectly fine, and it's only I would be shocked, even without like having a specific example in hand. I would be shocked if that was the case. No, absolutely no fucking shot. Not especially not with Hamas, but.
Yeah.
And of course,
he's not wrong about this. This is the original goal for the military, the excursion. At least if you believe.
I'm not exactly having a ton of faith in the dudes that decapitated babies to treating their POWs really well.
Yeah.
Well,
I think that's kind of
yeah, true.
A psychotic take too, where it's like it's like, why are you trying to give Hamas the benefit of the doubt on this one?
True.
You know, being like, oh, they treat their prisoners fucking awesome. You know, let's not try to do that.
Okay. So,
but anyway, and that combined with just the callous, the laughter.
Listen,
hold on.
Did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news? I don't care.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they're laughing about it.
So let me pose a question for you.
Go ahead.
So you have said that those in the West Bank are fundamentalist settlers. Are you familiar with the international law surrounding the justifiable forms of violence towards?
So first of all,
terror.
I don't put much.
Wait, I'm so curious where Hassan was going. Is he saying there's international law that justifies terrorism against settlers? Is that which international law here are we citing? Like which forum here has declared that to be an okay thing? I am so curious. What I wish Ethan wouldn't have cut him off there. I really want to hear that. Was that like one of the extra Geneva Convention DLCs that I missed? That like, well, you know, if they're settling really hard, you know, you can set their babies on fire. Like, I really want to hear. I really want to know where Hassan was going with that.
I don't put any stock, frankly, in whatever these quote international laws are.
Yeah, it's.
But no, I'm not familiar with whatever that says.
Technically, the reason why the IDF has to exist in the West Bank and behave in the oppressive manner that they behave is because Palestinians, and this is going to sound very radical and possibly very violent, but this is a matter of law, and maybe even if you agree with this, a matter.
Also, this is a huge thing, and I try to call people out for this on Twitter too. Whenever somebody says like a matter of law, or somebody says legally this is a thing, you have to be able to cite like which body are we talking about. When you say law, like give us like a code that we can like look up or something. You can't just say like this is like world law or something. Like the planet doesn't have laws, right? Is this like a fucking like a binding resolution passed by the UN? Is it like some sort of like convention, like say like the Geneva Convention where you just have like rules of warfare? Is it like an actual like a country's law? Like U.S. law, like what are we appealing to here when we say it's a law? You have to be able to name like the body. Otherwise, it doesn't mean anything, right? Like if I go to, if I'm in Sweden and I say, oh well, U.S. law, like I don't give a fuck, right? Or if I go to, fucking Uganda or some shit, and I say like, oh well, this and blah blah blah, like they're not gonna care, right? Maybe he'll say it eventually, but we'll see. He's taking UN Resolution 3246 to the extreme. Okay, let me look up this real quick. Importance of the universal realization of the right. Oh shoot! Hold on, give me 1 sec. I gotta call DrK real quick. Hold on. Okay, sorry, back. This one? Yeah.
Matter of morality. Palestine very radical and possibly very violent, but this is a matter of law, and maybe even if you agree with this, a matter of morality. Palestinians have the legal ground to violently seize back their own homes from the settlers.
There's no shot. Somebody can link me to something they want. I know that's not true. Absolutely not. Is there like indefatigable, like undeniable legal ground that somebody has to fight back and kill civilians? There's no shot. I don't believe it. There's no way. Not safe for life. Reuters crew bombed. No blood, just voices. A Reuters camera seems to have been hit by a rocket in close proximity to the Lebanon-Israel border. Oh, Jesus. Turn sound on. Wait, could you not hear this? Hold on.
This is a reality.
No, you could hear
it. And that is precisely the reason why they have to exist under endless occupation in the West
You know
Bank.
what? And that's why I say if it was settlers, that would be a lot more understandable. Yeah. But let's not obfuscate. Okay, I understand what you're saying, but this dude just called babies militants.
No, I understand. And there are baby settlers as well. But there are baby settlers as well. There are babies in the settlements.
But the babies that killed were not.
I know.
Okay, so
now that we establish that, no, hold on. Now that we establish that, the other school of thought here is that all matter of Israelis living on Israel proper are they're also doing the exact same thing in the eyes of some. I do not agree with that because I don't think that is a reasonable solution, and it's not realistic anyway, and that only will lead to the complete evisceration of Palestinians. And
I like how he won't even condemn it because he's saying like, well, I mean, like I can understand them, kind of wanting to kill babies. Like that's like, but he's like, I mean, it probably like utilitarian wise, it wouldn't work. Jesus.
And far right Israelis will use that to continue.
How does he continue to say so much without saying anything at all? Hassan has like a really funny evasion tactic where when he wants to give a position that he knows is kind of like rough, especially with the person he's talking to, and he wants minimal pushback, he'll present the position as somebody else might say this, and then he'll say, but I personally wouldn't like that for reasons that are unrelated or uninteresting. So for instance, somebody might say, do you think it's okay to murder? Somebody might say like this. Somebody will give this argument. Yesterday, John said that he could murder Frank. Do you think it would be okay to murder Frank because of his religion? And then Hassan's answer would be, well, some people sometimes have said that given the differences in religion between Frank and the other guy, it would be okay to murder Frank. Now, I personally wouldn't murder Frank because it would dirty my shirt, right? He does like this style of argumentation, this debate pervertry, as he calls it. He does this he's already done it multiple times here, where Ethan kind of, because Ethan's just like a normal human, like having a conversation, like, do you think this is okay? And Hassan will always do this thing like, well, some people have argued that it could be okay, but I wouldn't for some completely unrelated reason. He does this so much. Like I said, he's already done it like 4 or 5 times in this conversation.
Continuously radicalize just regular Israeli citizens in their endless bombing campaigns and ethnic cleansing campaigns and the brutal occupation. This is why many thinkers, I believe even including Norm Finkelstein, who has dedicated his entire life to speaking the truth about Israel's occupation, and Noam Chomsky and many others, even Edward Said, as I brought up earlier, believe that the de-Zionification or the displacement of Israelis from Israel proper, Jewish Israelis, is it's not justifiable and it's not realistic. It's more so a single state solution, at least.
I guess in a way, I don't usually say about streamers much, but he kind of does like, he's kind of like a politician, I guess. Like he's got like his talking points. He's really good at kind of getting them out, but he doesn't really say anything at all. Like that's it, I guess. Yeah.
One that I advocate for, because I know a lot of people advocate for a 2-state solution. I'm a 1-stater, which
was there a question?
What?
I thought you said I have a question for you. At the beginning of that.
I gave you the question. You already answered it. You said I know your position on like violently seizing back your land from settler occupiers.
Yeah, that's not what they did though. And that's
these
who
guys.
he's talking
No, these guys, or at least I assume Second Thought has the perspective that all matter of Israel is all matter of Israel proper is considered.
Is it fair to call Hassan a cheerleader for terrorism? He seems to be bent on making sure he doesn't outright condemn Hamas, and it sounded like he was implying it was okay to... Yeah, of course he is, right? Obviously. If any like far-right person was doing this in regards to like far-right violence, we would say, of course you are, right? Obviously.
Settler occupation.
And he's evil for thinking that.
Remember, for these guys, it was enough that there was a guy that watched one episode of Tim Pool because somebody that he liked was on Tim Pool. And that one person that went out and then... Was that the Buffalo shooter or was that somebody else? This one guy went out. He watched one episode of Tim Pool because somebody that he liked was on the thing. And people on the left took that and they said, this proves that Tim Pool is like a Nazi. I'm like, bro, what? That was wild. Emma did that when she went on a show. Oh, that was a Texas shooter who shot up the mall. What do they even mean by settlers? Haven't the Jews and Arabs owned that land back and forth for thousands of years? Yeah, but I mean, like, a lot of territory across, I was going to say, like, Southern Europe and Eurasia, but that's not true. Really, everything in Europe and everything probably in Africa and everything in the Middle East has been kind of, like, back and forth, conquered over and over and over again. I mean, like, look at the rise and fall of the Romans, look at the rise and fall of the Greeks, of the Ottoman Empire, like, yeah, Yeah, I've never understood. Maybe when I'm back home, we'll pull on more historically oriented people. I don't know how you can ever say, like, at this point in time, we stop the clock and we say, this is what the land should be. It just seems weird to do that. Because you could go back to any arbitrary date in history, I think. Spain was fully Muslim, almost, and then the Christians took it back. Yeah, people have been, you're about to read the UN resolution now. Also, can you look if Israel are respecting international law, etc.? I'm sure there are some. I mean, most people are in violations of some international laws at some points in time. It's just a matter of whether or not the UN, I guess, wants to hold them accountable, and then if people want to sanction them or have other penalties for it. That whole thing about empathy for all people is based, but empathy for select people is retarded is nonsense. The philosophical theory behind civic nationalism is very convincing. It doesn't deserve to be completely handed away. I don't know. I honestly, God, I don't know what civic nationalism is. Every single person on the internet 10 years ago that called themselves a civic nationalist turned into a Nazi. So I have no fucking idea what civic nationalism actually is. I'm going to be honest with you. When somebody said it 10 years ago, it meant that they were like on the road to Nazism, like every fucking time. It was stupid. Yeah. First it became civic nationalism, then it became Western values, and then it became whatever the fuck, insert. Sometimes it was just anti-Muslim shit, sometimes it was Jewish shit, sometimes it was just woke shit, or they called it SJWisms back then. Yeah, I don't know. I actually don't know what the good version of civic nationalism is. I have no idea.
He is. Right after babies were murdered and decapitated. I can say that now. Let me read this further.
If he said this in 1949, I'd have a different opinion on the matter.
For thinking
all matter of Israel proper is considered settler occupation,
and he's evil for thinking that. He is. Right after babies were murdered and decapitated. I can say that now. Let me
like, why doesn't Hassan just give the argument here? He's such a he's such a coward. Because what Hassan wants to argue here, I don't know why he doesn't do it. If he's just like clout hungry, he doesn't want to lose his connect here or what. But Hassan doesn't think that Israel should exist. That's my guess. He probably doesn't think it's a legitimate country at all. And that's why he probably wants... So, like, if you were to say, Hassan, what if there was a one-state solution? And then Hassan's like, that's great. Okay, equal voting rights between the Palestinians and the Jewish people. That's great. And then also keep in mind that there are Palestinians that advocate for... it's not right of return. It's not... do they call it, like, a return from the Palestinian diaspora? They want to bring, like, millions of Palestinians back to historic Palestine, whatever you call it, right? Or the new Israel, the new one-state Israel, right? Okay, well, what if they start voting away rights of Jewish people? Well, I don't know. We'll see what happens, right? Just, like, walk through that. Like, just do it. Is that right of return? It might be called right of return. Okay, yeah. Yeah, but he won't own that. Like, he won't just say it here, you know?
Let me read this further.
If he said this in 1949, I'd have a different opinion on the matter. You can't say this in 2023. I agree.
He's evil. Grow up. What a child. Dude, this audience is fucking insane. Dude, how mad are like far right people when they read this shit and they see how cucked they got from failing to have like social media capture like people on the left do? Jesus Christ. Like if this was like anything even oriented in a slightly different political way, this Discord would be ultra perma-banned. Holy shit.
Let me read this. Thank you for agreeing. What's going on in occupied Palestine is unprecedented. No doubt we'll have wall-to-wall coverage of atrocities now that it's the genocidal settlers on the receiving end. This is what liberation struggle looks like. Solidarity and victory to the Palestinian people. Again, just to put the timing in frame here, he says, no doubt we'll have wall-to-wall coverage when Israel responds. This is while bodies are still bleeding.
Well, I guess the second part did come true.
And then he laughs. He laughs just like the other guy did. And he's got like no. Oh God. Okay.
He wasn't wrong on the second part of that conversation, at least. Okay.
What, solidarity and victory to the which part are we referring to?
Wall-to-wall.
The wall-to-wall coverage.
Coverage when Israel responds.
Right, but like, and this is my problem. So as the bodies are fucking still bleeding out, and he's saying this is what liberation struggle looks like: beheading babies, burning families alive, solidarity and victory to the Palestinian people. This is pro-Hamas. This man is supporting Hamas.
I think his position.
I'm glad we're watching this. I wouldn't be able to. I don't think I could watch the whole thing. I don't think I could do it.
Is that people that have been trapped, and I can't speak for him, but
like, why not just own it? Like, he could just own it. Like, if he wasn't a coward. Like, this is why I'll have infinitely more respect for, like, the tankies that are actually, like, you know what? I like the Soviet Union. I like Mao. I'm glad they killed all the landlords. I'm glad they killed all the capitalists. Like, fuck it. At least, like, own it, right? But this, like, weird pussyfooting around, just say, like, yeah, I do support Hamas. Every Israeli citizen, you know, is subject to violence. They're on land that doesn't belong to them. And, you know, if Hamas needs to enact violence, it's the only way they can do it, even if that means killing civilians. And then he could even draw, like, parallels to, like, well, the United States has killed civilians, Great Britain's killed civilians, everybody's killed civilians, right? Sometimes it's how warfare is conducted. He could just say that. Like, he could just do it. There are arguments that he could make. I don't know why he doesn't just make those arguments. Instead, he just takes, like, the ultimate fence-sitter position, while everybody in the universe can see, like, so clearly what he's signaling to. It's so... My God.
But you can, if you want to talk to him. I'm sure he would be willing to come on and speak his piece. I've already mentioned that I don't find this to be particularly
He's going to say, oh, he said, I was going to say particularly productive. That's what he was going to say. He loves that word, productive or helpful, because he doesn't have to normatively load anything. Anytime he says something like, well, I don't think this is productive, I don't think this is helpful, he's getting away from making any moral judgments on what's actually being said, which allows him to escape, like, any type of solid position. He's, like, completely not transparent. He's completely, like, he can just slide between whatever he wants. There's no, like, clear position you can nail him on.
Helpful or productive as far as this
there's the product. Okay.
Conversation goes, not because like I am tasked with defending the positions of other people or even criticize them. It's more so that we know what is currently happening. We are now 3-4 days removed from October 7, and we know what the retaliation looked like, and we know what the occupation has looked like every single day.
That was an obvious reaction.
So that's why I'm saying,
but again,
that's what I'm saying. Like a
timing matters.
A YouTuber with
hold on, this guy's influential.
No, I know, Ethan, but his influence is nothing in comparison to the multi-billion-dollar media operation.
Notice how, like, when it comes to, like, these guys on the left that are tankies, notice how their influence means nothing, right? Notice how their influence is irrelevant. But anytime it came to, like, crypto Nazi fascist guys on, like, fucking Twitter with, like, 20 followers, it was the most important thing in the world to spam report and, like, attack every single fucking account. Because if even, like, one Nazi sneaks into a school, he's gonna, like, infect and poison every other person's brain with, like, hyper-Nazism. But these guys with millions of followers, millions of subscribers on YouTube that reach, you know, and then Hassan, who's making, I'm pretty sure he makes over $1 million a month, maybe. Like, for this guy to be like, oh, I can't do anything. Oh my God.
Want to call this guy out. That's what I want to do.
You can call him out.
Daily attempt by Destiny for shaming anyone who doesn't believe in the liberal handbook on morality. Yeah, I do believe in it. Because you know what? Because liberals are better morality than you. Whatever dog shit system you're coming from, yeah, go rope yourself, okay? Fucking retard. Actually, you don't even have to kill yourself. Because whatever country you're in, the other political people will probably kill you for even typing in my chat. Fuck you. Let me go back to my single party states, okay? Where we all stand in line with ration cards or... Yeah, fuck off, dude. There's a reason why liberal countries like rule the world, whether you like it or not, right? There's a reason why this form of government and then this style of economic system has risen to the top. Whether you like it or not, it's effective at the very least. And productive.
I just want to call this guy out. That's what I want to do.
You can call him out.
I just spent
and you can ask
2.5 hours calling out Israel. So now this guy, second thought, he's supporting Hamas. He is pro Hamas. That's what solid. Hold on.
Okay.
Solidarity and victory.
Hassan will never say that, right? If I was putting money in this debate without having watched it, without odds, my guess is Hassan will never, ever, ever say, yeah, this guy supports Hamas. He'll never say that in this entire 3-hour convo, does he? Does he actually, like... Does he say anything? Does he... Well...
Victory to the Palestinian people. Oops. Again, the timing that I keep mentioning, as bodies are being counted, is pro-Hamas. That's it. That's it. There's no other way to interpret that, and it's evil.
And he's like playing with his fucking dog now. This was you're telling me an hour early he was fucking crying because of videos he watched, right, about Palestinians, and now he's like playing with his dog while Ethan here is like, yeah, this guy's pro, you know, the organization that just killed 1,100 people in a country that lived there for 5 years. Oh my god. Is that what's happening? Or maybe he's not. Maybe this is somebody else on the ground back here that he's, I don't know.
Continues. Imagine someone comes to your town, murders your neighbors, kicks you out of the home your family lived in for generations, and relocates you. Are those occupiers civilians? No. They're criminals and accomplices in genocide.
Dude, this Discord is crazy.
Once again, referring to babies who were decapitated. At least, but again, that doesn't matter. 40 babies died at this kibbutz. Okay? Kids also, children, families. Peaceful kibbutzim. Many of them actually pro-Palestine advocates. He said that they are criminals and accomplices.
Okay, we don't know if they were pro-Palestine advocates. Let's not go that far.
What?
Wait, what?
Peaceful kibbutzim. Many of them actually pro-Palestine advocates. He said that they are criminals and accomplices.
Okay, we don't know.
Oh, I mean, there's a chance they were. It was like a fucking dance for peace hippie bullshit. They might have been. But I mean, not every single person in Israel. I mean, we've seen Katie, right? Like, not every single person in Israel is like a hardcore right-winger hardliner. Like, that's not the case, right?
No, they were pro-Palestine advocates. Let's not go that far.
What? That's positive. That's
what you
think that none of the people killed were.
I mean, I don't know that. I'm saying, like, I don't know why you're adding that. It doesn't even matter because ultimately,
it does
they
matter.
Still died. They shouldn't die.
Okay, right.
My position.
But it does make it especially ironic when he's calling them accomplices in genocide when their only crime is being born somewhere.
No, I agree with you.
It's evil.
I agree with you. What do you agree with? What do you even mean? You haven't staked out a position on anything here.
Say that.
I agree with you.
Okay, good.
I don't disagree with you on this at all.
Thank you.
But that's not my. But.
Bro, I'm just calling it out.
Okay,
this guy's a fucking. He's a scumbag.
If you want, you have the opportunity. You can speak to him if you want on this particular issue.
I would be shocked if second thought comes into this. Unless Hassan is going to back him up, maybe, or Hassan like debate preps him for like all the tactics that he uses.
I'll think about it, but
so I don't know why like you're.
I'm not demanding you respond, but I simply, as a matter of doing this show, want to call out the people that disgusted me, because again, I hear this all the time. People go, "Oh, really? Well, show me an example."
I know, but
here's one.
No, there are. Of course, there are examples of this. It's just entirely and utterly inconsequential, and I 100% stand by that.
It's not. He's an influential man. When you're expressing these kinds of...
Okay, let's walk through that. What do you think is the negative consequence of this? Do you think that people are going to see this and go,
How about the negative consequence of this is people think it's okay to engage in other forms of, I'll say anti-Semitism, because a lot of it does bleed over into that, even if these guys aren't specifically. How about we look at the demonstrations, the marches, the attacks, the graffitis, the everything else going on across, like, I'm pretty sure several countries in Europe so far reported this. We can look even in the United States where that Stanford professor was fired for, like, outing Jewish fucking classmates. I mean, what do you mean? What's he saying? Like, what do you think is the blowback from this? Like, oh, an Israeli diplomat was stabbed in China? Yeah, but he'll say, like, well, that wasn't because of a YouTube video, right? They always say, it's so funny, whenever they analyze, like, fascism is always this interconnected network of 50 million players that are constantly working to destroy, good civilization. But when it comes to leftists, it's like, bro, I'm just a YouTuber. Like, oh my God.
Oh, I should go to
So should I not care about it?
I think that if you look at the reality, and I know you recognize it, a YouTuber saying this kind of thing and spending any time or any effort on this, when your moral position is clear, when mine is clear, spending any time on this whatsoever to be like, we got to clean up our own homes here, deviates from the actual message that must be unflinching. The message is that these violent means of ensuring that the occupation continues is going to inevitably lead to...
Hold on, I'm sorry. People are looking at this UN General Assembly resolution from 1982. It reaffirms section 2 of this is reaffirms the legitimacy of the struggle of peoples for independence, territorial integrity, national unity, and liberation from colonial and foreign domination and foreign occupation by all available means, including armed struggle. Armed struggle does not mean beheading and roasting babies. You guys are crazy if that's your reading of that. That you think that any part of any UN resolution, any statement that justifies or that says that armed struggle is appropriate here, that means all things go, right? That like if they started like gas attacking, fucking Tel Aviv, are you going to quote that same part at me? Like, what do you mean? That's insane. Destiny, that doesn't matter anyway. The festival was not in the West Bank. There were no settlers where shit went down. No. For these guys, and when I say these guys, I mean Hassan and the entire left in the West, okay? And for Hamas, settlers are all of Israel. Those are all settlers. Every single person is a settler. Not just settlements in the West Bank. Everybody's a settler. That's what they think.
More violence that Israelis would be subjected to as well.
Normalizing murdering civilians.
He has no capacity to do so.
And
no capacity. Who does then? The guy's got over 1 million subs on YouTube. Does nobody online have any influence at all anymore? Like, if I sound low, I can turn my mic up. There you go.
And the result of that...
I think a better argument would be that it's anti-Semitic. You could say that, well, not what he's saying, but that it could lead to people listening to what he's saying and then think that like all Jews are responsible.
Okay,
and
so
think
it's
that like
consequential. The stuff that he's saying matters.
That would.
But my point is, if I can finish my point, is that this guy who proposes to be such this Palestinian advocate, he is.
Hassan's fans just want leftovers to be Hassan's stream on Ethan's platform. Yeah, but I mean that's how they always work, right? Yeah. The way it's kind of funny, I talked about this before when it came to moderating Discords. The struggle with having like progressive types in Discord channels is eventually they would reach a certain mass. They would demand that all the types of content that they don't want gets banned, and then you either ban all the people that they don't like, or if you don't ban them, they say that your server is like racist or homophobic or and then they leave, and then they go to make their own servers. It's like the cycle of like moderating far left spaces online. It's fucking stupid. Big fan. First 2 hours of this had some interesting discussions. 40% of the population being under the age of 14 is horrifying. Current retaliation won't solve the issue. Horrific human conditions cause horrific outcomes. Yeah, that's true.
Encouraging the murder of civilians, babies, etc., in an effort to free the occupation.
I don't think he's encouraging it. I think he's justifying it.
No.
I don't think he's encouraging it. He's just justifying it. I mean, the level of charity here is unbelievable.
Free the occupation.
I don't think he's encouraging it. I think he's justifying it.
No. No, he says, hold on. No, he says this is what liberation struggle looks like. What's the liberation struggle about murdering families? But I wanted to say this. This guy who purports to care so much about Palestine, his advocating for killing civilians, the result of that is going to be basically what's happening in Gaza.
Oh no, that's a bad, because I feel like Hassan's going to jump on that. Be like, yeah, I totally agree. That's why I don't advocate for this, because it's just going to mean more Palestinians die.
Now, which is that Israel, which is, you know, again, genocidal, violent, psychopathic people in power are, you know, it's like the result of this is Netanyahu gets more power and consolidates when people already fucking hated him. The international community.
To be fair, it seems like people keep saying from polling data, it does seem like Netanyahu's not shoring up power right now, that people are blaming him for this, and it's not like it's benefiting him a lot.
That was giving a lot of general support for Palestine and Gaza and all that.
No.
There was a lot of look, I know you're going to debate me. There was a lot of sentiment, especially in Europe, for being like, yo, we need to we need to look at this
entire planet. The entire planet has regularly condemned the illegal occupation time and time again. You know who has said fuck off to that? The United States of America and Israel and sometimes Ukraine. So it does not matter what the condemnation.
Wait, what? Wait, why did he?
Time and time again. You know who has said fuck off to that? The United States of America and Israel and sometimes Ukraine. So it does not matter what the condemnation even looks like. It doesn't change anything. Palestinians.
Let me finish my
Okay,
point.
go ahead. Finish your point.
The point is that the result of this, these people are pro-Palestine. The result of this is literally the opposite of any possible intended consequence, which is A, Netanyahu gets more power internationally and domestically when people already fucking hated him and his government. The Western countries are basically backing up Israel's genocide and encouraging it and sanctioning it. The Gazans are now being bombed. Their food, power, water is being shut off, although that happens regardless at times.
Always.
But so like
if the argument here is that if Second Thought had not tweeted this, or if other YouTubers and other people on Twitter had not tweeted their celebrations, that do we think that the world's perspective would be different on Israel's bombing campaign?
What an unbelievably reductive stand. I hope you remember this next time he like woke scolds somebody or attacks some random. I guess we're kind of past the whole crypto fascist thing, but like.
Currently, if you think that, like, legitimately, if not a single person had tweeted this, do you think that the situation on the ground would be different?
Does it matter to you that this might be anti-Semitic?
Oh, wait, what do you mean?
Well, you're saying you're treating this as if it doesn't matter at all, and that's
yes,
you're not.
I don't think it matters at all.
And you're not Israeli.
Yeah, I don't think it matters at all in the grand scheme of things whatsoever.
So you're saying
because the question I
hold
posed
on. Your point.
Answer my question,
Go ahead.
please. Let's say JT.
Now he's gonna do some stupid fucking. Here's my guess. Let's say that a bunch of leftist YouTubers either didn't tweet or said the exact same opposite. Do you think the material conditions on the ground are going to be any different? Do you think that's going to influence U.S. foreign policy?
And Hakeem or any number of different Twitter users had not been so callous in their indifference for civilian casualties in this situation. Not a single person had tweeted anything. Do you think that there would be more support for Palestinians?
Obviously not, but listen to
so
what
why
I'm
are we
saying,
having this
bro.
conversation then?
So that we can just say that then about all online shit. None of it matters, I guess, anymore, right?
He's influencing people. He's not. Is this tweet going to change what's happening on the ground? No.
No, of course
But these opinions being broadcast by respected people in politics is going to contribute to fucking more violence. He is.
In what regard?
Because people
like,
who
do you think
sympathize with him are gonna be like, yeah. I mean, he's basically.
Do you think Palestinians are gonna see JT's
no, the
tweets?
acceptance of people, and that's fucking anti-Semitism, bro.
The acceptance of what people?
The acceptance of people internationally who look at this guy saying, "Let's fucking kill all the Israelis because they're all occupiers."
I don't agree with that take.
Oh my God.
He's making.
I'm being hyperbolic. But it's not that far.
Wait, hold on. No, wait, that take wasn't even hyperbolic, was it?
All the Israelis internationally who look at this guy saying, let's fucking kill all the Israelis because they're all occupiers.
That is the take. That is the tanky take. I don't know why he's pretending like that's not what they believe. That is what they believe, right?
I don't agree with that take. That he's making.
I'm being hyper.
He literally says it verbatim in like the 60-second clip that every single Israeli is a settler. Violence can be justified against every single settler. Doesn't matter, whatever. Like, yeah, that is the take. Why is he pretending like it's not the take?
But it's not that far from what he said. I mean, he's called every Israeli an accomplice in genocide and an occupier.
It's like freaking out. It's like freaking out when the Iranian leadership like fucking burns an American flag or whatever and be like, they hate us. They're gonna come for us. They're gonna kill all of us. Like there is no conversation to be had here that is like serious because,
Bro,
like,
I just disagree. I mean, you were telling me today how much influence I have. Why does it not matter that people use this?
The
kind
influence
of fucking
you
language?
have is upon
This
your
man has
fan
influence.
base. The influence you have
And
upon
that
your
doesn't matter?
The influence you have upon your fan base was specifically in regards to okay.
How is he? Oh man, hold on. We're like is it David Bowie's Labyrinth? We're about to get through this one. Okay. Please tell me.
Fan base was specifically in regards to okay. Let me dial it back real quick and explain something. This is a basic fundamental that I believe in. I believe that our culture and our attitudes are entirely reflected on the material realities on the ground.
God, it's such a. What does that even mean? Dude, this Marxist shit is like brain rot. Our culture of values is material realities. Like anytime somebody says like class or material anything, it just you're always gonna hear the dumbest shit in the world. Like there's like nothing of value. That's like nothing profound, nothing novel. It's always just the dumbest. Okay, sorry. I'm gonna finish. It's just like
This is a basic fundamental that I believe in. I believe that our culture and our attitudes are entirely reflected on the material realities on the ground. That our material realities guide our culture and our attitude towards certain things. I don't believe
that even that doesn't even make sense. How do you explain different cultures of different people that might experience similar levels of poverty? Right? Like even this thing doesn't make sense. Like culture and material realities like feed back into each other. Like your culture can drive your material reality. Your material can drive your culture. Like these things it's a more sophisticated relationship than just saying like, oh, you're the proletariat, therefore here's your culture. Like what a reductively stupid take. It's so brainless.
Material realities guide our culture and our attitude towards certain things. I don't believe that you can move the needle in the other direction. I don't believe that...
You don't believe you can influence culture?
You can tweet a revolution. As a matter of fact, many people laugh at hashtag activism and whatnot.
Hold on. I'm sorry. It's been a while. No, I was about to qualify. I'm not going to qualify. Wasn't a huge part of the Arab Spring like the fact that it was on social media and people could see shit like this for the first time, and other countries literally saw people, like it was, I think, starting in Tunisia, right? Like people saw them online, they saw the tweets, they saw everything, and then in other countries, they actually started to have their mini like Arab revolts, like in state after state after state. What is this idea that like social media doesn't influence anything? What about George Floyd? Hello? What about Trayvon Martin? Like, what do you mean social media has no influence over anything? What a wild and unbelievably brain-dead take.
Move the needle in the other direction. I don't believe that you can tweet a revolution. As a matter of fact, many people...
that's funny because didn't they literally tweet the Arab Spring? Like literally? Is that actually what happened? Like people saw so many Jesus Christ. People saw so much on social media from other countries that it kind of like inspired them and motivated them, and
don't believe that you can tweet a revolution. As a matter of fact, many people laugh at hashtag activism and whatnot, but I do think that it goes in the opposite direction. I do think that you can't make a super sweet YouTube video that ends up destroying the white supremacist court structure in the United States of America. However, I do believe that...
he's so hyperbolic. Are you saying that young people aren't influenced by what they see online? You're saying because you can't use one YouTube video to destroy everything that nothing is happening?
That if you go in the other direction and promote more of the state-sponsored violence, you absolutely can motivate people to feel more justified and
Wait, what? Did he just say that social media doesn't work for us, but social media works for them? I keep pausing. I must have missed it. There's no way he said something that fucking stupid. Let me go back. I'm sorry. This is...
As a matter of fact, many people laugh at hashtag activism and whatnot, but I do think that it goes in the opposite direction. I do think that you can't, make a super sweet YouTube video that ends up destroying the white supremacist court structure in the United States of America. However, I do believe that if you go in the other direction and promote more of the state-sponsored violence, you absolutely can motivate people to feel more justified and demand more from their governments.
Which is what he's doing,
do this.
right?
So
it's funny because at the end of the day, then, if he truly, if everything he said is logically consistent, Hassan and all of these other leftists have a moral obligation to quit everything immediately. Like, they should not be online. Because he's literally said on that tanky show with his other tanky friends, he literally said, like, oh yeah, like, I can't do real world shit. All I can do is inspire people online. All I can do is, like, online activism. All I can do is, like, be a YouTuber and help people discover the truth that way. But now he's saying that none of that matters. So what are you then? You're just a literal fucking leech. You're like a leech that's, like, hanging off of society, like, suckling up money from 17-year-olds who sell their parents' credit cards to sub to you in your fucking Twitch chat. Like, you do nothing. Like, by his own admission, by the own logical construction of the world that he's created, there's like he serves no purpose. You serve no purpose. You're just an entertainer, and by your own admission, your entertainment does nothing. Like, this, I don't even think but he doesn't even believe this. It's so stupid.
So if and only if there was a real, legitimate, well-established military machine that was capable of going and fucking killing every single Israeli citizen, like you said, he is justifying for, this would be as damaging as average is.
There is a machine, okay? It's called the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. It's called Hezbollah. Okay, it's what do you mean? Of course these military machines exist. Do you think it's just Palestine? Do you think it's just Hamas? Like,
Israeli defense of the Israeli occupying force. Only then.
I just find it odd
And
that you
even
have
then,
to do the
and
whole what
even
about
then,
thing about this.
But Ethan, even then, there is.
Yeah, Ethan should have asked that question. Should Israel be allowed to exist? He should have just found a way to ask that and then see that, yeah. See the dancing there.
No comparison, because guess what? What he is saying as a singular YouTuber is represented by our elected leaders, is represented in the reality on the ground, in the way that Israel is continuing its occupation and its bombing campaign in Gaza, which is why I think it is utterly and entirely a distraction to have assessments, to make assessments over.
Listen, I'm sorry that I care about it. I guess I'm just an emotional fucking idiot.
I'm not saying that at all. I perfectly understand why you care about it.
But it's important to me.
I understand why you care about it.
I disagree.
Oh, it might be Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Sorry, my bad. Fuck off.
With that premise.
I think you should have him on
but clearly
ask
you
him.
Disagree with
I think you should
his
have him
premise.
on to ask him. Because I personally disagree with this assessment.
Yeah.
And I think it's unhelpful and unproductive overall.
Yeah. Okay.
But
unhelpful, unproductive. I disagree because it's unhelpful, unproductive. Not because it's like mean or evil or bad. Just unhelpful, unproductive. Imagine Lassan having the same take during World War II about radio and propaganda posters not having any relevance. True.
Agree. But I think he's evil.
But
He's
I also
scumbag.
will point once again that what he's saying here is the Israeli policy in the other direction. It has been the reality in the other direction.
Which is not good.
I know you don't agree with that, but I'm saying because you don't agree with that, it is.
This is the main problem I'm having with all this stuff.
I know that's the main problem you have with all this stuff, and that's why I'm trying to say it's not even remotely a point of contention, and it's not even remotely equivalent and it's not even remotely
I don't think people
productive
should be
to have this conversation.
This guy's way too comfortable just going out there publicly and being applauded.
What do you think is the solution here? What should be done with him for saying that?
What criticism doesn't stand on its own? Why do I need to like be punitive?
No, you said you're upset. I mean, I think you're well within your right to be.
I'm criticizing. I'm criticizing. I'm
Okay.
not asking for.
I think you're well within your right to be critical of it.
Yeah.
Like I said, though, I will reaffirm my position that if he was saying this about Palestinians instead of Israelis, that would not only be not condemned at all by a singular person, that would be the specific policy position of the entirety of the Western world.
Then why does Palestine still exist? You should ask Hassan that. If the IDF thinks they can just indiscriminately kill, murder, destroy all Palestinians, why does Palestine still exist? If that's the official policy of the Western world, of the United States and of Israel.
Israelis and the Western world are monsters, then we shouldn't care when the opposite people are monsters, because it doesn't matter.
Not necessarily.
Well,
I think because
seems like what you're arguing.
No, that's not what I'm saying, because I don't agree with what he's saying regardless.
But
however,
why does it matter then?
However,
if we're just taking this comment and I just want to point it out for the evil it is, like why does it? I just don't understand the
told
need.
You this
for
already. Any.
Here comes the most milquetoast take in the world. Anybody that kills babies that's bad, dude, and it's not productive.
Issue to be taken up with Westerners and the optics of like what they are saying.
Oh, never mind. Different direction.
Should be talked about with respect to the impact that those words will have. Which is why I said, if you think that this is genuinely going to be impactful, then that's another conversation to have.
I think it matters, man.
We need to have a. I can't believe how we've already looped back to like, do influencers have any influence at all? Like, I don't know why Destiny paints Israel in the brightest of lights. You're fucking retarded if you think I do that. I don't do that. Fuck off.
Say it doesn't matter. But anyway, clearly you don't agree, and that's just my opinion on the guy.
I do not agree with his assessment. Yes.
And so,
what do you disagree with? Ethan should ask him. What part do you disagree with? By the way, Hassan was in their chat when they were giving this take, apparently, offering them like VTuber avatars and shit. Like Hassan was literally listening to this as it was going on, like getting radicalized by these dudes. But
let's see. Moving on to, I mean, we've talked about.
But I think you would agree with his assessment if he was talking about settlers in the West Bank, though, right?
I mean, I wouldn't go so far as to say that,
kill babies in the West Bank. Of course you wouldn't say that.
But like theoretically, I don't think settlers are civilians.
They're not.
But
they
he's
are not
talking about
recognized
all
as
Israel-
civilians by international law. They are
talking about all
technically
Israelis.
considered terrorists.
That's an important
I agree.
distinction that he's not making.
The distinction that he is making is that he's talking like it's 1952. You know what I mean? That's the difference. And it's not 1952. You can't make this assessment.
Thank you.
is Hassan's audience just a bunch of people who can't follow the conversation? Like, I don't know. You can see the basic difference from reality that some of his ideas have in that question. Well, they're all just like lefty tankies. No one here actually like cares about what they're talking about. They're just here to like watch Hassan like dunk on Ethan. Like nobody in Hassan's audience is ever changing their mind without like significant exposure to different ideas, right?
We were talking about let's see. Man, this video's sick, dude. Again, I know you're gonna say this is just like a small rally that happened, but there is a certain level of comfort. I mean, this doesn't seem like a small rally, frankly. There's a lot of people out here, and they're just out there. And here's the speech that one of the organizers has to say about the Hamas. Oh, you haven't seen this?
I can't see. Well, first of all, I can't see anything because I don't have my fucking goddamn glasses. I forgot.
I full screen it.
But also, secondly, I mean, I don't know what the fuck this is gonna be.
Well, it's crazy. It's crazed. And but listen to what this guy has to say.
Broke through the fence. They put the F-35 on.
What is he saying?
You'll hear it. It's a little fuzzy right now. Here.
And as you might have seen, there was some sort of rave or desert party where they were having a great time until the resistance came in electrified hang gliders and took at least several dozen hipsters. But I'm sure they're doing very fine despite what the New York Post says. but nobody had seen this coming. Every Israeli official said it was a complete surprise. And I think we have to sit with that, because as of just a couple days ago, they said that surprise wasn't possible. They said we control every inch of Palestine.
No, they don't!
They said we have walls, we have cameras, yes, we have traitors too, and there's nothing they can do that we won't see of what we do. They were so arrogant. But just less than 24 hours ago, on the land, from the sea, and from the air, the people of the Gaza Strip our people from Gaza, our young people are riding their bikes through these settlements where they were told they could never go because of apartheid. Our farmers, the farmers of Gaza, you know, they say that they can't even have tractors. They say that's terrorist equipment. Well, unfortunately for them, the tractors of these various so-called kibbutz settlements have been liberated and taken back to the farms.
I mean, that's insane, right?
I don't even...
What the fuck is wrong with this? Where is he wrong? And what is Ethan's complaint on this one, I wonder? Bro, come on, how can you get mad at this? Yeah, okay, Giga Chad. Unrelated, buying a hang glider. This guy is kind of spitting. So where's the bad part? And now Hassan's going to play retard here for the whole thing and not give a strong stance on anything.
I mean, that's insane, right?
I don't even...
I don't even know. I don't even know what is it. I don't even know what this guy talking about.
Yeah. Okay. Like.
Okay.
I don't.
I'm just criticizing people. You don't have to comment if you're not comfortable about it.
Okay. I mean, I have no.
I mean, he was just like, I don't like this shit.
Okay.
It bothers me.
I understand why. I understand why you don't like
the
this.
electrified hang gliding heroes flew in and killed a bunch of hipsters partying. They were having so much fun at the party till these fucking heroes showed up and mass murdered everyone. Oh, and we liberated the kibbutz, by the way. Everyone's cheering. We liberated the kibbutz, a.k.a. beheading babies.
I will once again present to you the same exact question. If this rally was not held and if he had not said those things that I do not agree with, do you think that there would be a difference in the analysis and the way that Palestinian people are treated? Do you think that there would be a difference in the bombing campaign that's going on? Or do you think that this is, once again,
So now activists don't matter? Does, like, nothing matter anywhere? So speeches don't matter, YouTubers don't matter, people at rallies don't matter, like, there's literally nothing. So can we say, like, Charlottesville was fine? Like, Nazi rallies are okay? Or what? Like, what do we even... What does this take? Destiny, what's your take on the Israeli polls showing that a majority of Israelis blame Netanyahu for the current crisis? I mean, it's probably good. Hopefully it shows that... Hopefully they are condemning further Israeli violence against Palestinians, maybe, but I actually don't know how to read that, because maybe they want something more. I'm not sure. I would have to dig into more, like, on-the-ground polling in Israel. I don't understand their current political climate well enough, so...
The violent sentiment of those who are siding with the oppressed, that is ultimately utterly and entirely inconsequential.
I'll tell you this.
Because
I know
all
that's
this
fucking
does,
evil.
all this does.
I know that.
All this does.
And I have no problem to say it.
All this does is to serve a singular purpose, and that purpose I do not believe you are on board with, but that purpose is cynical.
Ethan, when he meets a brown person and they didn't open the conversation by condemning Hamas, Jesus Christ. Dude is just the most conservative chud on anything involving Israel. Your wife is an even war criminal, Ethan. Condemn that.
When people go, look at these guys, they're all violent, that is, by design, what mainstream media in America is doing when they constantly, exclusively cover the Palestinian side.
That's not what I've done
specifically
here
about
today.
like these guys. I know you're not doing that.
I've just spent 2.5 hours talking about.
Even I know.
So I just want to listen. I
know
just
you're
want to
not
say
doing
this
that.
guy's evil. He is. He's a evil dude. There's just, you know what I mean? Like, fuck this guy and fuck all these people. That's just not it, man. And once again, this is right after. This is right after it all happened.
This is the new
And we're talking about
criterion.
the hang gliding heroes. I mean, I'm sorry, but it's sick, and I think it needs to be called out. I don't think it's good to normalize this kind of shit.
We should keep calling it out. We should only call this out, which is what many are doing. Whenever there's any mention
not.
of, I know
We're
you're
talking
not.
about us.
I know you're not.
Yeah.
But this is why I'm like, there is not.
I'm calling
a single,
both out.
There's not a single outlet that ever legitimately shows
I don't belong to those networks.
the ongoing and never-ending plight of
Bro, I'm calling
Palestinians.
out- I'm just
and
trying to
only
call
talk
out
about
both
Palestinian activists
sides.
like
He can't. He can only speak in like fucking, yeah, and like his little memorized like spurts of whatever bullshit he, it's so stupid. He's like not even having a real conversation. It's like ChatGPT 2 or whatever.
They show these pieces of footage and go, look how violent these guys are.
Wow, Jackson, thanks for the tier 5 sub, buddy.
Or look how violent the left is overall. These guys are all leftists. Look at them. They're leftists. They love terror. They love terror.
I don't think they'll be friends after this. There's no way. I mean, like, I don't think Ethan would want to split here because it would make him look salty. And then he'd have like a huge fan base revolt because Hassan's like lefty fans have like infiltrated and like infected so much of the other H3 fan base, probably. That'd be my guess. Like, it would be really messy if they were to split after all this. Ethan deleted all of his tweets. Yeah, that's not surprising to me. Yeah. Do you think Hassan's forgotten how to talk to people like a human being? I don't know.
Terrorism. And we are talking about this in a country where like there is no, like the guy you brought up, JT, okay, who I disagree with on that front. He has had the Department of Homeland Security visit his home for his for a YouTube video that he wrote. No, not for that. It was a YouTube video that you would agree with if you watched it. It was about the Department of Homeland Security in and of itself. I believe it was something about the CIA. Like, there is no real legitimate.
What? Are you gonna expand on that more, or
genuine and continued support for Palestinians, and there is no legitimate, real, and continued leftist momentum happening.
Excuse me.
Especially one that is like associated with any kind of tangible move on the ground. So that is why it is, frivolous to have this endless back and forth that already is happening all over mainstream media. There's no, especially in America, they don't bring up like Mohammed al-Kurd, whose home was violently seized. They don't have him on to talk about these issues. They just go, look at these crazy leftists.
I don't think. Listen. I don't think a 30. I don't.
What was the name of the person you brought up? That wasn't over the Sheikh Jarrah neighborhood stuff, right? Because that was like, I'm pretty sure that was international news for like a week. I feel like we heard a ton of shit about that. Maybe like a year ago. I don't know if that was in relation to that particular disagreement or not over the over that neighborhood, but
I don't mean this. I don't think this monologuing is
that's the guy on Lex. Okay, never mind.
Essential to calling this guy evil.
Or yes, it is in relation to that. Oh, Mohammed al-Kurd. Okay, I don't know anything about this. All right, okay, here, let's just.
That's all.
All right. Are there more wrongs committed by Americans who are speaking on Palestine that we can go through? I'm down to go through more of it if you have more.
This is a massive rally in Sydney, Australia, and again we bring up the issue of like it's inconsequential. Well, according to this massive rally outside the Sydney Opera House, they're not making a distinction between Israelis and Jews, actually. I'll play it for you. Guess the Jews. etc., etc.
This is the out of everything that you've shown me, this is demonstrably the worst. Like, because this has genuine impact on the ground in whatever nation that we're talking about.
Wait, but the guy speaking to the people, where does he think these things come from? Like, I'm asking rhetorical. He knows where these things come from, right? Like, things will start on social media. People hear them, or in media in general, people hear them. They're influenced. They go out, they listen to speakers, and they march. Like, does he?
Genuine impact on the ground in whatever nation that we're talking about. That is unequivocally and uncritically anti-Semitic, completely indefensible. No additions to that
Can I
whatsoever.
ask you a question then?
What?
Let's say that one of this,
And that does lead to, I think, furthering anti-Semitic and
Oh yeah, the crowd full of people saying "fuck the Jews, gas the Jews," I think leads to furthering anti-Semitic.
not only is it unproductive, but that does, I think, lead to a real and tangible impact on the ground.
So let me ask you this.
What's up?
A fan of Second Thought who's listened to him dehumanizing Israelis that way, do you think that listening to him might inspire one of those people to be like, hey, I'm going to go join this...
There you go. Oh, Ethan understands. Right? Ethan connected it perfectly. Yeah.
You know.
What, Hamas?
Well,
but and then he goes to the full... Oh, I'm glad he actually says it. He knows how to say it. Oh, that's good. I think this is the first time I actually heard him speak their name.
Be like, hey, I'm going to go join this, you know...
What, Hamas?
Well, no, I mean, it's a according to it's a pro-Palestine.
You think a fan of Second Thought's going to see... Okay, let's walk through it. You think a fan of Second Thought's going to see that and be like, I'm going to go to Gaza, I'm going to join Hamas?
That's not what I said. I said he's going to go...
It's not even close. What was the whole arc we did on like stochastic terrorism that all these guys jerked off so hard when they talked about Nazis and fascists and crypto-fascists? Like, did we just forget all of that? Or
down to the Upper Sydney... at this location, and be like, hey, yeah.
Keep in mind that these people think that me having chicken and waffles with Nick Fuentes one time means half my audience are going to become card-carrying Nazis. Like,
fuck, let's gas the Jews. Everyone's saying it. Nobody seems to care.
I guess it could happen, certainly.
Okay.
Okay. But once again, I mean, this is fucking gross, by the way, 100%. It's just ridiculous. It's disgusting. What I was going to say is,
why does he look so smug on everything? Because he's just the kind of person he is. This is why I can't believe people bought this stupid fucking like crocodile tear shit earlier. Like, oh, I watched one video and it was so sad as I bring it up and blah blah blah. And then like people like screaming like "fuck the Jews, gas the Jews," which is kind of scary to see in like 2023 and fucking what was that, Australia? And I was like, like bro, what are they gonna fucking join Hamas? Get the fuck out of here, dude! You fucking loser.
I'm still thinking about a Second Thought YouTube fan being like, I'm gonna go rise up in the global jihad and rise up against Israel.
Like, how do you think ISIS recruited? He's aware that ISIS recruited via social media, right? Does he not know any of the historical anything that he's talking about? And it wasn't the material conditions. It wasn't poor Muslims in Europe that went and joined ISIS. It was people from all strata of society. Like middle-class Muslims went and they fought for ISIS in the Middle East because they were radicalized on social media. So he's laughing, but like, yeah, this exactly does happen. Why do you think there are U.S. people fighting in fucking Ukraine? Because they saw shit on Twitter and in social media, and they decided to go to Ukraine and volunteer for fucking volunteer armed services. Like, why are you pretending like this doesn't happen now? Or like this is like inconceivable that people could get radicalized by online content? Like, what do you think the Christchurch shooter got radicalized from? What do you think the Buffalo shooter got radicalized from? What do you think every shooter that's done a manifesto referencing some online bullshit? Like, he's like, oh, this is impossible. He's like, oh my God.
Israel and purge it.
I understand that.
May Allah guide my weapons.
I understand you think it's silly.
I do.
But again,
he's such a fucking loser. Ethan should punch him in the... God. He's like subhuman. Like, the thing that I have an issue with is like now he's lying, right? He's lying or he's so stupid. Like he should have a full-time, like, what is it, conservatorship or whatever, a guardianship where somebody takes care of him. Like this is like this is like some evil shit, what Hassan is doing right now. Like, this is actual evil shit. Like, well, I'm going to sit here and pretend like none of these extremists have any influence online, blah, blah, blah. Like, this is Fuentes level stuff. It's the exact same stuff as what Nick Fuentes does, right? Oh, it's 6 million, it's cookies in an oven, bro. It's just fucking humor. It's irony, bro. It's just jokes. Like, what, do you think we're going to go fucking grab tiki torches and march again? Like, come on, bro. It's the exact same shit that these people do, except they've got way more influence and they're co-signed by every popular fucking media platform. It's actually insane. For the way that Hassan is like laughing at this shit after he like fake cried earlier, Ethan should knock his fucking. He should just fucking. Fuck, that's such a what a fucking loser, dude.
I'm responding to your.
And rise up against Israel.
It's so unbelievably disrespectful. Like, could you imagine if it was like a black person sitting next to him and there were like a group of people like cheering, like, you know, bring back chains, lynch African Americans? They would say something different, right? Could you imagine Hassan laughing like, bro, it's the United States. You think they're actually going to do that? Like, no, he would be so sympathetic. Oh my God.
And purge it.
I understand that.
May Allah guide my weapons.
I understand you think it's silly.
I do.
But again,
I do think it's
I'm
silly.
responding to your point about how none of this matters, and I disagree with that premise. I do.
Yeah, that guy.
This is how I'm picturing.
I hate the smug laugh. God, he's such a fucking loser.
He's like, it's time to do a jihad against Israel and all the Jews.
You're not, yeah, but that wasn't my point. He's just going to join the rally.
Let's be serious. Let's be serious. You're right. I think that conflations, no matter who's doing it, of anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism are very dangerous. And I think that saying that, saying anti-Semitism is like fuck the Jews when you're talking specifically at a anti-Israel rally or a pro-Palestine rally is really fucked up, completely unacceptable. And I don't know what else to say about it other than of course I condemn that. That is, I mean, there's always people that try to sneak in little anti-Semitic shit in my chat all the goddamn time. Whenever I'm talking about these stuff, they're like, ooh, why do you...
Ethan's gonna have a temper tantrum if Dan fucks with him too much. Ethan is so unserious with these questions and hypotheticals. How does he think he's coming off like an adult? Like, what if? I'm shocked Hassan has so much restraint. I know in the past when H3H3 was tedious, but this is a whole new level. 58,000 watchers gives Hassan a chance to convey some sanity to them. You know what? And I actually, as mean as it is, and as much as I don't want to or wouldn't like to, I have to saddle Ethan with some of the responsibility here too. I think Ethan is actually like being irresponsible with the platforming to watch himself get like this cucked live by this guy that's supposed to be like his friend and coworker. I think Ethan should have a higher level of responsibility here to not let Hassan essentially like radicalize like whatever the fuck this Discord is and normalize like this type of behavior and thought among his entire audience. I think Ethan should have been fighting harder here rather than trying to treat Hassan like a friend, because Hassan doesn't see Ethan as a friend. Hassan sees Ethan as a tool. That's all he sees people as. And it's pretty sad to watch Ethan not come into the conversation on even ground.
I think the American media turns a blind eye to this, maybe because they own it. And I'm like, okay, motherfucker, Jews don't own the media, wasps do, okay? So shut the fuck up. Like, there is always going to be people that try to take advantage of these sorts of things. And ultimately, the reality on the ground is unchanging, and the opinion of our governments are unchanging on what do you call it? The way that we turn a blind eye to one side of the atrocities and also completely justify the reaction that the state engages in. But yes, I do think that could lead to, I do think that is anti-Semitic, and that will lead to anti-Semitic sentiment spreading. It is completely unacceptable, and it should never be normalized, and it should be fought against.
That's all I'm trying to do, man.
That is not what that is not what being a defender of Palestine is about.
Right.
That is not what being a defender of the emancipation of all people is about. It's completely ridiculous.
And so here, this is one more. This happened in Brighton, in England. I'll just play it real fast. Another rally.
Dude, there's gonna be. It's like that dude who like there's some random fucking guy who like.
Somebody told me earlier that apparently they watched a whole bunch of like pro-Israeli videos, so that's why Ethan's doing this now, which makes it all the more funny if Hassan like doesn't want to watch these now. But
who like Googled swastika and like pointed.
Yeah,
it at
I'm not
the fucking...
showing that one because that one's silly. It's just
no,
one
I
dude.
know, but my point is this, right? There are always in every fucking in every kind of protest, there are going to be charlatans, clowns. What matters is not necessarily like the BLM protesters that are saying fucking kill all white people. When you find them in a fucking BLM protest, what matters is like the actual action that the state is taking. So that's why I never, for even a singular moment, am ever going to hear the calls of like the ethnic cleansing from like random Kahanis on the ground celebrating Israel's actions against Gaza and be like, wow, this is truly important, because I know that their opinion on
the funny thing is I'm pretty sure that people calling to like, you know, kill cops and blah blah blah, I'm pretty sure isn't that exactly where Blue Lives Matter came from? Was somebody walked up to two cops in New York and just shot and killed both of them? Blue Lives Matter is a counter-movement in the United States that emerged in 2014 in direct opposition to the Black Lives Matter movement. It gained traction following the high-profile homicides of NYPD officers Rafael Ramos and Wenjin Liu in Brooklyn, New York. Like, this literally was like, so this type of stuff literally happens, and it literally influences people to do things, and it literally causes movements to happen. Yes.
Matter is
I'm not
inconsequential.
Even, it's not like this is true.
But
I'm
it's
not
also
making a
policy.
I'm not making like a mountain out of it. I'm just saying that it's fucking gross. And I mean, do you deny that there's at least there are a lot of people that believe this shit? There are.
Of course, anti-Semitism is certainly a major issue.
And I think it's important to make a good effort to separate the issues.
Yes, I do agree with you, and I do that all the time. But like I said, the reason why I look at this and consider it to be utterly unproductive is because having random charlatans and people who have violent opinions.
Yeah, I mean, these are well-attended rallies.
Yeah, but I know.
Yeah, and organizers.
But this
of the
does
rally.
not. But this does not reflect upon, again, the situation on the ground. It does not reflect
I'm not saying it does,
on people who are defending.
You know what? I'll say this. I agree.
Okay.
I agree with you.
So
we don't even need to argue about it. I agree.
I like how Ethan can't get a single concession out of like the millionaire frat boy, the $20,000 worth of jewelry outfit over here. He can't get a single concession because Ethan is like, he just comes into the conversation like way too good faith, and he's not treating his son like the sociopath that he is.
To pee again, God damn it.
Right. I'm getting too defensive. I agree with you.
And I don't know why I'm like why I have to, you know, I don't know why I'm going through each individual protest to be like, this is bad.
Well,
this is bad.
Right. Well, we just did it with the
what?
With the you know, the genocidal monsters who are calling for the death of, you know.
Yeah, we glanced through it, and my point there wasn't necessarily to be like, this is the opinion of these guys and they are moving policy. I know that their opinion doesn't matter because the policy is already set. The policy reflects what they're saying. I even told you they're comfortable saying those things because there's no punishment that I even expect them to withstand for those statements, because I don't care about their statements. I don't care about the public opinion in that regard. I care more about the actions of governments and what the media is doing. And I think everything that you've shown me thus far is subject to a role reversal that literally is the reality. A role reversal that is actually demonstrably what the media is pumping out.
That's what I agree with, and I've shown both sides, and I just don't understand the insistence that it just doesn't matter because the other side is doing it.
Yeah.
You know, it's like I don't know, man.
You're just not gonna say anything.
Sure. I mean, this.
For me, yesterday was a victory. As a Palestinian, yesterday was a victory. For freedom fighters in Gaza to break out of a 15-year blockade so successfully under the inhumane genocide from Israel was so beautiful and inspiring to see. It shows us that it shows us as Palestinians, and it shows the world and us from Palestinians that we will always fight and we will always resist, and we need to celebrate these acts of resistance because this is a success.
Yeah, and again, this is.
Wait, so she's saying this is an act of resistance. This is like, it's happening while this is like on October 7th or October 8th, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like a displaced Palestinian woman.
Yeah. So she said, the mass murder of civilians is.
Wait, is she? What is even her? Does not know who this person is?
Inspiring and beautiful. She said that.
Okay.
And then she also said.
Okay.
Didn't you originally maintain the position that, like, yeah, displaced Palestinians are going to have, they're going to say things that in the heat of the moment are impassioned and.
That wasn't a heat of the moment thing, dog. She was literally reading a speech on her fucking phone. Are you blind or were you too busy texting because you're done with the conversation?
Oftentimes not empathetic to the civilian casualties on the other side. I mean, it's just. That's what
the
you're
point is that people see this stuff and it matters. Especially, you know who it really matters to is like, the demons that fucking want to actually kill the Palestinians, because this is like the perfect, ammunition.
Well, don't you feel like you're also serving their purpose then when you endlessly talk about the
First of all, not endlessly talking.
not endlessly, but like
videos.
showing this and like parading all of this. I think that.
Well, first of all, it's a political show. We're talking about all this stuff.
I agree.
And I'm just showing what I've seen that bothers me.
I understand.
Does it help the conservative apparatus? I don't think me watching this now. These videos are all super viral. I didn't dig this out and put it out into the world.
I know. You know why they're super viral? Because of the things that you mentioned.
Shocking.
Yes. No, the reason why they're super viral is because you're right. It does help present all Palestinians.
I think it's super vile because
of
it's
those
shocking.
who are demanding emancipation for Palestinians in a negative light by appealing to the understandable human emotions of saying like these are dead babies. You reflect that.
Okay, I can't. I'm done. All right. I'm gonna grab like a quick drink. I feel like if I say anything, it's gonna be like super radical. This is some of the most like disgusting shit I think I've ever seen in my life on the internet. I think it's so disgusting because it gets so much popular support and nobody seems to give a fuck. I see Nazis do so much less and get in so much more trouble than shit like this is just fucking insane to me. But I don't know. I don't care. I'm okay. Hopefully we're done mostly with the Hassan shit. I don't care anymore. Watch the end. What is at the end? Finishing up drama and outro.
We talked about that. The other things I don't know if you want to talk about was my spat with your friends, which at this point I'm like just fully apologetic towards them, after talking about it and really I don't know, I got more of an emotional insight.
No, it's understandable
from you today that impacted me, and even though, I felt provoked, I understand why, if in my opinion they're not using the most delicate language because they're fucking angry and pissed. You know what I mean? And so like I need to be more charitable, I think.
It's before this.
Describe it. That once again, I think dehumanizes the Israelis.
Today, a guy who lives in Gaza said that Israelis are raping Palestinian women.
And his source is a guy in Gaza said this, which again, I just want like one reputable source.
Israelis raping Palestinian women is a well-documented part of Israel's apartheid apparatus. So that part is not
well documented, isn't true.
Yes. No. I think you're absolutely right. I think I should have used my words more carefully when saying.
You didn't. Oh my God! No, you just lied, bro. That wasn't about using your words more carefully. You lied.
Matt,
you lied to do your agenda.
It's a comment in passing, and that does have serious impact. I agree with you.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think that was a comment in passing. That was a part of your stream where you were trying to show that like Israeli IDF people are like raping people as part of the apartheid. That wasn't just a passing thing. Like
at the the partnering of the instance that you just showed, on top of the gag order, on top of the treatment of institutionalized people in general, and the sexual violence that they are subjected to, that is considered legal in both America and everywhere else, due to a lack of getting adequate coverage of their issues.
Your point is that the incarcerated are
yes,
abused.
on top of that, and on top of that, one thing that is not technically sexual violence but coercion of a different magnitude is for example, gay Palestinians being blackmailed specifically.
Why do we jump to a whole different thing? What?
To become sources of information.
I haven't read about that.
And things of that nature that still would be factored under that. You're right, though. I should have chosen my words more carefully.
Right. And listen.
And there is. I will present you more information on that as well.
Well, what does that mean?
Like I'll come back with more information for you.
And again, like everything you're super credible. It was just this one thing. It just rubbed me a little bit wrong. And like, listen, that's it. But I appreciate that you.
No, you're. Thanks. I think it's fair.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you saying that. That was basically that was, of all the things you said, that was the one thing that I was like, I don't know about that. So I'm glad that we talked about that. The other things I don't know if you want to talk about was my spat with your friends, which at this point I'm like just fully apologetic towards them, after talking about it and really
Oh my god. Like apologetic towards Frogan?
I don't know. I got more of an emotional insight.
No, it's understandable
from you today that impacted me, and even though, I felt provoked. I understand why, if in my opinion, they're not using the most delicate language because they're fucking angry and pissed. You know what I mean? And so like I need to be more charitable, I think, and less reactive, because their pain is valid, and I need to acknowledge that. And
what pain? What pain? What?
Be more forgiving of less delicate language.
Well, I'll get back to you with more information on the documentation on rapes under incarceration.
Okay.
Because there are more studies.
Okay.
Wait, did I just skip something? I feel like did he not even respond to that, or I hate this guy. I don't care. I can't hope. I shouldn't say anything. Because it's bad. I'll be back. 1 second. Let me go drink real quick. Ugh. Ooh. Well, well, well. Oh. Britney clip. Britney time.
I got the nicest comment on my video the other day, which was like, Brittany, I hated you for the longest time, and I admit it was because your levels video made me mad. And then I just watched your other content, and I was like, oh, and I was like, man, something about that original levels video really got under people's skin. And here's my theory: it's because everyone thought they were a one. Because we are so self-loathing as a world, we hate ourselves so much that I describe the most useless person on the planet, and half of you think it's you. Rip to your self-esteem, people. Rip to your self-esteem. Like, it was my bad for thinking the internet had better self-esteem. Like, I did not think people were going to identify as a one. And so my theory is, like, people were mad at me because they thought I was talking about them when I was literally thinking of a person so rare, you're not even bound to meet them. And so it's just so funny. So that's my theory, is like DK and Boots or whoever, if they have an ill opinion about you, it's because like they somehow project any negativity in your work onto themselves, or they're just in it for like Chud, I think, is just in
What? Why was I link this? Who linked me this?
it for the cloud of it, maybe.
Yeah, I think he's quite sort of well adjusted. I think he sort of lives his own life off the internet and everything, and is doing his thing. I think there's a very stark difference between whoever he is in real life and in Chud logic.
Oh, really? You think it's pretty? You think it's like pretty like a hard character?
Yeah, I definitely think so.
I got the nicest comment on my video the other day, which was like, Brittany, I hated.
Is your DrK interview at 1 p.m. EST? Yeah, you said 10 minutes. Thoughts on Bowser here. Shabira posted AI content of dead Israeli babies, claiming it was real. That is not true. Those pictures were real. Anybody claiming that it's AI babies is lying. That is not true. Or at least there hasn't been good evidence presented so far to even come close to substantiating the claim that those are AI-generated images. What is this?
Yeah, well, tell the Republicans climate change isn't real. This extreme weather is no joke. Climate change is real. Happy Earth Day, y'all. Greta Thunberg is my idol. I'm just thinking of how many gallons of water are used to make almonds. I have approved $5 billion to the state of Israel.
What? I don't. Okay. I think Jackson Hinkle is the main guy who spread that shit. It might be. He might have been. I think he was the first big one I've seen, but there might have been somebody else first. I'm not sure. Here's the Britney clip that mentions you. Oh, another Britney alert.
I looked at my analytics.
Why? You guys are obsessed.
I looked at my analytics. People love it when I talk to Abba. They love him. When I talk to somebody else, they hate my analytics. Boom. And it's insane.
I'm so sorry.
And I'm like, it's so funny because I'm like, oh my God. Like, because everyone has this like idea, right? That like certain people will help boost you no matter what. Nope. Not when you have a girl audience, not when you have a queer audience, not when you have a mentally health aware audience. They will want to listen to someone who brings in a negative audience. They want ABBA, who brings in really positivity and like great vibes, and he's so open and curious and just he's just so safe. Like he feels so safe. And so my audience loves it when he's on. The analytics show him as the top like collabor. People love him. And then it's funny to see who's at the bottom because you're like, no way. No way. There's no way. Like they have a big audience and you're like, oh my God, shut up. And you realize like, wait, because again, in this space, you always think like, oh, if they have big numbers, that's all you need. You need the right energy. So I wonder if you're also going to run into the issue. Like if you talk to hold on. What's his name? President Sun. I looked at my analytics.
Wait, I'm actually so curious if that's true. Did she delete all of her videos with me from her channel? I'm curious which videos actually did the most viewership on her channel. But I don't see any of them on her channel anymore, so I wonder if she deleted them all. Huh. Interesting. Go live and then see it? Yeah, oh yeah, maybe they were just live streams. Maybe they weren't like dedicated videos. Maybe it's a Wayback Machine? I don't even know. Yeah, I think because our stuff was live streamed. It wasn't like actual like videos uploaded to her channel. So that kind of makes sense. But then that's also like a really dumb comparison because the video that she has, it's not to say, by the way, ABBA's more popular than me too, which also makes sense. But they also might have better conversations because they get along better or for a variety of reasons. But the comparison she's using, like the video with ABBA, that was like the first episode of like her official podcast or whatever. So that also makes sense that would do a lot better viewership wise as well. But yeah, I don't know. I'm waiting for DrK. 4 more minutes. I'm gonna ambush him with Mr. Girl. I'm trying to coordinate everything real quick. Say meow out loud. Wow, hi.
This, okay. Let me see. Oh, looks like I can't do that on YouTube, but so be it. We'll mess with it in a second when Destiny's on.
Hi, what's up? How you doing?
Okay, so we also have
wait.
Jaqueline saying stop vaping and smoking weed. You're a big reason as to why. Thank you, Dr.
Yes.
K. You know, that's Jaqueline. Like I really think you know, when it comes to like weed and nicotine, I think it's really hard to tell how that stuff affects us when we start using it for a long time. So I shared this stuff, I think, recently on stream this week. But, you know, one of the things I've noticed is like working in addiction psychiatry is like when I work with people, especially who, let's say, use alcohol, what they sort of find is that there's, you know, they drink every day or they drink regularly and they think that this is like what it's like to be normal, right? They have sort of this idea of a normal level of consciousness. And when we have this normal level of consciousness, I don't think we really realize that what our baseline level of consciousness is actually different. So I'll see people who don't really feel the full effects of sobriety until 3 months, 6 months out. So just to give you all an example about alcohol. So alcohol has multiple effects on your state of consciousness. It has an acute effect of the substance floating around in your brain. It has a tolerance effect of when we have alcohol regularly, we develop a sense of tolerance. So and then in the absence of alcohol, those neurological adaptations still exist. It takes some time to develop tolerance and some time to get rid of tolerance. This is what we kind of call withdrawal when people are getting rid of their tolerance. Alcohol is cytotoxic to white matter, which means that it damages the supportive structures in our brain, the supportive cells. And when it does that, that takes time to heal, like months. Yo, dude.
Hi, can you hear me?
Count to 10 for me.
Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4,
You say, oh
5.
shit.
Hello, whoa.
Okay, hold on.
Uh-oh.
Wonder if I'm screwed up. Say something again.
Hello, what's up? Hi, hi, hi.
Okay, I think, is it me? Is it you?
It's definitely you. Absolutely you.
I
It's you.
can't hear
It's
you, but
absolutely
it's
you.
me. It's me.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
I don't hear. Oh, that's interesting. Hold on. We are going to do tech support. Output devices default. So let's check. Okay, this is working. Mic test, soundboard, test video, default.
Hello, hello? Hello, hello, hello? Nope. Hello, hello. Hi,
Give
hi,
me a
hi.
second.
All the seconds you need.
It's so weird. Give me a second. Hold on, chat. Technical difficulties. That's so weird. I tested everything a second ago.
Did he run Nuxus? True.
Okay.
Okay, hello.
So that seems to be working. Weird. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. I'm trying to test desktop stuff, but and you're sure it's not you, right?
The green box is lighting up
Because
when I
other
talk,
stuff works. I
which
wonder if it's a
means
problem on Discord.
It should be coming through
I
somewhere.
can't hear you.
Look at the text box. Text box.
You're pointing down.
Yeah, look at the text. I'm typing to you.
Default.
I'm
You
typing.
wanna type?
I typed
Oh,
you.
look at what
yeah.
you're typing. Look at what you're typing. I figured. I gotcha. Okay, it should be coming. Yeah, you're right. So green box is lighting up.
Yep.
You were right.
Testing. 1, 2.
Okay,
yeah,
let's
yeah.
do this though. But I'm so confused about why. Hold on. Nope. I'm with you that the green box is lighting up, which usually means it's my problem. Let's fix this real quick. Okay, so this works.
Good.
Oh, hold on. All right, good enough. And then I don't know why Discord isn't working.
Hello, hello, hello. Hi, hi, hi.
Hold
on. Under Discord settings, find...
Yeah, you are lighting up, right?
Your sound device output.
Okay, so
Make sure
speakers
it's
are set to default.
your either default or your particular headphones.
Okay.
I checked
Hold on
that.
1 second.
Is the output volume at 0, or is
I'm gonna drop
Discord
out of the call for a
muted
second,
in
okay?
Windows? Okay. I'm just talking about... Okay. I saw him share his Discord and his output with speakers. Huh. I'm sorry. It's a Jewish student that's crying. She probably does feel traumatized. I shouldn't be laughing at this.
Alone! They want our people dead! They want us killed!
And so part of it.
How is it allowed? How are you allowing this? Why are you putting us so They want us dead!
It's gotta be super mindfucky though after. Oh, fuck me. Oh, I was about to say something. Making an assumption about the US like socio-political landscape. But before I said something stupid, I checked the likes to make sure, am I about to say something that is not true? And then I checked the engagement. I was like, oh, it's actually the complete opposite of what my intuition was, which is good. I'm looking at the video and it's just this girl's crying and it's got over 130,000 likes. I was going to say, you know, I bet if this is a black woman crying, I bet people would have engaged with it way more. But because it's a white girl, nobody cares. But then I see this is 137,000 likes. But then I see it doesn't have 137,000 likes on the video. It's 137,000 likes on a girl making fun of the girl in the video. The original video only has 28,000 likes. So I guess my intuition was correct. Not good. Okay. Sorry, hold on. I have to turn my camera off while I wait for the thing to pop up. So, Destiny link. It's this thing in. Well, actually, hold on. Let's boom. Browser. Yeah, there we go. That worked. Hello.
Can you hear me? Hello, we got it. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Okay, we're good.
Cool.
Got that. I have no idea what happened.
Well, the only thing that matters is we're here now, so.
Yes. That's, you know, it terrifies me because, like, this stuff is just set up, you know?
What do you mean by, that was a very vague statement. What do you mean the stuff is just set up?
I mean, like, so like, if you configure Discord, and then you close the program, and then you open the program, and you haven't changed any settings, and it's worked like 1,000 times before.
Oh.
It just sometimes stops working.
Yeah, audio is weird, you know?
Yeah, it's weird like that. And I just closed Discord and reopened it and didn't change any settings. So turning it back off and turning it back on again seems to work well.
I'm going to be honest, my level of expertise with tech is quite high, and the number one troubleshooting thing I still do personally is also turning it off and on again. That's probably how I troubleshoot like 80% of my problems. Or unplugging it and plugging it into a different slot, especially with USB. For some reason, some USB slots are just really weird. So, hey, you know, that's a legitimate form of troubleshooting.
Yeah, I mean, because all the stuff you were saying, I usually walk people through stuff because I have leveled up my troubleshooting skill in life. But anyway, thanks for talking today, man.
Yeah, what's up?
You tell me, bro. How have you been?
Let me hold on. I want to focus on this. There's one quick thing. Okay. How have I been? Good. I think it's like a busy stress, like lots of stress, but there's lots of stuff going on. There's lots of activity. It's a lot of stuff. It's always a lot of stuff. Yeah.
That's cool. What kind of stuff are you doing?
Well, there was an interesting, weird legal situation with my wife where they were, because of how complicated the international taxes are, Sweden thought that they were cooking her books, which is ridiculous. But I came here to Sweden to be with her for her court thing. Seems like it went really well. She finally got her passport back, so that's good. I have a thing going on with my parents where I kind of like made a deal with them that because my mom has Alzheimer's disease and it's starting to advance more noticeably, I made a deal with my dad that as long as they close all of their credit cards and they get rid of all their credit and they freeze their accounts, I'll pay all their debt off so that my dad can retire early. And then that's been a thing I've been kind of working on in the background. Obviously, as my platform has gotten larger and I've like expanded to more people, I'm trying to like manage like my streaming, my traveling and being on other podcasts, my responsibilities being like a political guy and like finding like what my bearing should be on all of that, especially about red pill shit. I've had this huge thing recently about the medication stuff that I reached out to you. There's a million things. There's always a million things. I've hired a lot of new employees. I've got a podcast that I hope I'm finally starting. Just like a million things. Yeah.
Wow. So I am hearing a million things. So like personal stuff on several fronts, professional development stuff, but also like it sounds like you're not doing. I'm getting the sense that you're juggling different kinds of balls than you used to.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, more personal stuff now. I think maybe. Yeah.
Well, even I mean, so when I think about, let's say 3 years ago and the kind of work that you did, you were mostly streaming, and now it sounds like you're doing a lot of other stuff.
Yeah, well, still trying to do mostly streaming. Yeah, trying. Yeah, like my audience makes fun of me for never streaming anymore, but like last month I streamed 170 hours, and that counts as no streaming for them. So, but like,
wow.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a lot of stuff. Yeah.
170 hours. That's a lot, man.
Yeah, I try, yeah. But they're used to me way back in the day. I would stream like 300 hours, and then they're probably more used to like 200 to 250, and then 170 or 160 from there seems like nothing. So yeah.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah, I think
so. And you mentioned something about you had some questions about like stimulant medication or something.
Yeah, basically, or maybe even more broadly, like mind, or maybe any type of, I guess, like enhancement medication. I guess.
Okay. Yeah, talk to me about it. You want to hop in, or you want to talk about other stuff?
Well, tell me how you're doing real quick. I'm curious because I see you popping up. I don't know if you've noticed this. I think I reached out to you. We have missed each other like 2 or 3 times in incredibly random places. I did a show with Charlie, the guy from Charisma on Command. I think I was in his house like 4 hours after you left, and I had like no idea.
I remember. Yeah, I remember that coincidence. Yeah, I do think we're like popping up in similar places. I think I may be. I'm going out to SF, LA, and Las Vegas probably in a couple of weeks to do things that I'm sure you have done or will be doing or somehow affiliated with. But yeah, we do keep on. We're like ships passing in the night. But the cool thing is that we can connect about stuff.
Yeah. So your stuff is going good. Are you happy with how, I guess, where you guys are with all of your online stuff, with the expansion of your platform and talking to other people, or how's that been? How do you feel like that's been going?
Yeah, so I think it's been going well, but also it's like very confusing because I'm not quite sure what direction to go because we've got a lot of different options. And just trying to figure out like what do people need and what's the best way to deliver it. So we recently started a channel for parents. And so like that's something that is a very different demographic, but I was kind of thinking about it like, okay, like where do most of the problems in our community originate from? I think it originates from upbringing. So if you want to have the largest impact on mental health, I think helping people's upbringing and their sort of formative years as humans is probably like the biggest thing that you can do. And I think a lot of the problems that we see today are because the world that parents are growing up in is different, and the parenting skills that they have are no longer sufficient for like the digital age. So we're trying to do something there. We'll see how that goes. But that's not the place that we get the most traction.
Yeah. That's just what you said there. That's so interesting because I grew up as a probably more online than most, but I kind of had a foot in both worlds just because of my age, right? I'm 34. Cell phones didn't really exist until like 2007 with the iPhone. Everything before then was like questionable. And even I have like a really big difficulty with my son, like trying to set like what's an appropriate boundary, how should he communicate with people online. It's really hard when children are communicating online because as an adult, if somebody messages me, like I know how to verify people's identities. Do you have social media? Where do you post or whatever? But when Nathan is communicating with, a 12-year-old, boy or girl, verifying all of that or making sure who's who is way more difficult. And I would expect that me being like the permanently online streamer, like I'll be able to do this no problem, but it's really challenging out there. And I am not envious of the parents that have, almost no tech background trying to sort through, their child being in these new crazy online environments that are so unprecedented. They have no, experience with. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. So I think that it's getting harder because technology, I think, is becoming more invasive. I think as platforms compete against each other for our attention spans, the one person that definitely ends up losing our attention is ourselves.
Mhm.
Right? So if like TikTok and YouTube and Twitch, if everyone's competing for us, Instagram, and as they get better at competing against each other, like the one person who loses time is us.
Mhm.
And so I think that there's just a lot of work there to be done, and we'll see kind of how that goes.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. Okay. Well.
Yeah.
Stimulants.
So let's talk about. Yeah. So what's going on, man?
So I'll do from a personal perspective first. And actually, maybe even you can help me sort this like personal thing. I'm curious how you decide this. I have a really hard time in my life sorting out what is like an appropriate like where do you draw lines on a spectrum for some things. So for instance, maybe for a relationship, right? Like the best partner would be a partner that had all the same hobbies, similar communication styles, similar age, like all these things. But in the real world, we kind of have to like make some compromises. You're not gonna have like the most 100% perfect person. Or when it comes to like I think for my free time, sometimes I look at the time that I have and I'm thinking like I always feel like I could be doing so much more. Like I'll wake up and maybe I'm in bed on my phone for 30 minutes. Maybe it's usually it's like Reddit, or thank God I don't have TikTok. Maybe it's like sitting in my chair and like reading chat instead of like going to the gym immediately. Like I look at all of these little points in the day where I'm losing time. And I know as like an online person, there's a million other things you can do. What do you think is like, at what point do you draw an appropriate boundary where you're like, you should be pushing yourself 100% or 50% or 80%? Do you have any, like, how would you even go about figuring that out, I guess? Yeah, go ahead. I'm curious.
Yeah. So I would, so personally, not personally, but personally and professionally, I think that the premise is flawed.
Mm-hmm.
So when you kind of said that there's like this perfect partner who has A, B, C, D, like that's how you find the perfect relationship. I don't think that's actually what constitutes a perfect relationship.
Okay.
So a perfect relationship isn't about finding 100%. It's about the interactions that you have. You don't need the same communication style. You need investment and reciprocity as usually, or some degree of balance.
Sure.
Right. Which you could say that's what's on the 100%.
Mm-hmm.
But I think in order to answer this question, of, okay, I could be doing so much more, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's your question. Like, how do you decide how much to push yourself and how much to and I would start with like, why do you need to do more?
From a socially responsible point of view, I feel like I make a ton of money now and have a ton of influence. And the only reason why I've gotten to where I'm at is because people that had the means to do so invested a lot in society prior to me, whether you're talking about scientific researchers, whether you're talking about really inspirational teachers, whether you're talking about revolutionary fighters, George Washington, whoever, like all of these figures have invested into kind of like mankind because of the unique gifts and talents and opportunities they've had. And I feel like I kind of owe it to pay it forward. So on a societal level, I feel like that obligation exists with everybody to some extent. And then from a personal development level, I just see that let's say that I spend like an hour on Reddit every day, right? I think I could very easily cut out 30 minutes and like practice guitar. And if I look at where I'm at 1 year, like retrospectively, my life is a million times better. I know that it's like a way better, like I could probably uninstall Reddit from my phone and my life would probably be better for it. Even if my day-to-day instant dopamine hits aren't there, the fulfillment I'll feel at the end of the year is just going to be better. And I have a hard time not like reductively applying that same thought process to every single area of my life. Like I remember there was 1 week where, it was just now, we'll get into the medication, they want to say these stimulants, where I would wake up at like 9 a.m. and like my goal was to be like on the treadmill in the gym at 9:05. Okay, I wanted to wake up, like throw my pants and everything on, grab my phone so that I could check my emails, but I'm only doing that like on the treadmill. And when I started to live days like this, I'm like, holy shit, like I'll have like gym and like 2 errands done by like 11:30 a.m. And I'm like, this is way better. But then obviously, yeah, I mean, you can't burn yourself into the ground. So I don't know, like what is like the appropriate way to draw lines there or something. That's how I view it, I guess. Sorry, that was a longer answer, but yeah.
Yeah. So no, I mean, I think the appropriate way to draw lines has to do with what's important to you,
Mm-hmm.
right? So I think like once again, I mean, I'm all for being more efficient, and you talk about these like big people, right, who have made big contributions, and I mean, how much do you owe the world?
As much as you can give, I would say, I would think so, but
why?
I feel like the way that like humanity kind of works, the way that people work is there is something about us that's greater than the sum of our parts. Like if you were to use a really crude calculation of like how much happiness can one person produce, maybe it's like 10 units. But if you take two people and you put them together they might be able to make 300 units. That society, civilization, our institutions, all of this collective work kind of like builds on itself to create something that's so much more than the sum of its parts. And in order for that to work going forward, I think it kind of requires people to like rise to a calling or pursue certain gifts that they have in certain ways to, I guess, like better society or the people around them, at least, I would say.
Okay. How do you feel when you do 2 errands and you go to the gym by 11:30?
You're really good, obviously, yeah.
Really good in what way? What part of you feels good?
What part of me? My brain? I mean, I feel very productive. Like I've done something that I know is good for me. I've done something that I know I had to do like work-wise. I've still got a lot of time in the day. I feel like I'm very effectively allocating my time, and that feels really good. Like ineffectively allocating my time feels really bad. Like so bad that it can ruin days. Yeah, go ahead.
What feels bad about it?
Man, I don't know. Like I'm sure people can vibe with this. If you wake up at 9 and you're on your phone in bed until like 11 and then you get out of bed, it feels like you've wasted, like there's 2 hours of my day that I could have done bettering myself, the people around me, financially. There's like a million better things I could have done with my time, but I did nothing. And now that time is just wasted. And it feels, if I say inefficient, it sounds robotic, but it just feels like there's so many other better things, I could do with my time. I would just be like a better person for it.
How do you feel about yourself for wasting time?
Yeah, bad, stupid, like dumb. Like I know I'm smart enough to know that there's a stupid use of my time is sitting here like on my fucking phone like an idiot. Yeah, that sounds mean. I don't mean that, but like I do feel that way. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think about that?
Disappointing, I guess. That I know I can do better.
So okay. Here's you wasting time. Okay. Here's you reacting to you wasting time. So this person is disappointed.
Yeah.
What do you think about this dyad, this interaction between you and yourself?
Like the distance from my cognition to my metacognition, or is that like the separation?
Yeah, like what do you think about the relationship between your cognition and your metacognition? Because there's a relationship there, right?
I mean, sometimes the tether is very short, and sometimes it's very, very far away. This has been something that I've been struggling with. That kind of leads us into the, I guess like the ADHD and the medication talk. So I've tried stimulants now for about 2 weeks after getting a diagnosis, and I feel like these two things have like become one, basically, to where.
What does that mean?
As in, like, before, I might wake up and it's like, I should get out of bed and we'll kind of check Reddit and I see what's going on. It's already 30 minutes, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's kind of like how it's going. I know I should probably get out of bed. Whereas now, like, if I'm throughout the day, if I need to do something, it's like, I need to do this. And then I go and I do that because I know I need to do it. And it's like obvious, like, I need to do this. Let's go do it. Rather than like sitting down, checking my computer, doing a bunch of other random stuff. Like, I can think I need to do something and then go do something. So I feel like those two things have shrunk significantly. But.
Okay. So it seems like you are further able to meet your goals since you started stimulant medication.
Yeah.
And okay, so let's just offer just a couple of quick ground rules, boundary setting.
Sure.
So I'm not going to dispense medical advice, and let's just be clear on what that is. So I think it's completely fine to have a conversation, like an existential or philosophical conversation about performance enhancement, stimulants, what do we want to do in life, etc. What usually medical advice around stimulants looks like involves a thorough diagnostic process, right? So I'll ask you 1,000 questions that I'm not going to ask you today. And then as well as like discussing different treatment options, the process of informed consent. These are the things that constitute the practice of medicine and developing a treatment plan. So I'm happy to share. I've had these conversations with mentees of mine because people are wondering, right? Like this is a very common conversation to have. So I think it's totally fine. But just so we're on the same page, I'm not going to be diagnosing you or treating you with anything or saying you should or should not take stimulants, because in order for me to say that, I have to know medically diagnostic information.
Yeah.
Are we clear on that?
Yeah, I'd make a joke, but being very serious, I 100% understand that. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, Destiny, I think. Okay, so you feel good about yourself after you have started taking stimulants because you're more productive?
Well, hold on. That was a much larger statement. I feel good when I can do the things that I need to do immediately. Do I feel good about myself in a broader sense? I guess that's kind of like the dilemma, or that was for a while. That was like the issue. Yeah.
So in what ways do you not feel good about yourself? Right?
So,
Because
okay.
So you started stimulant medication so you could get more stuff done. And it seems like, it sounds like you went through a very legitimate process of seeing a medical professional, arriving at a reasonable diagnosis and a reasonable treatment plan that included stimulants. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and why did you do that?
So
what was your motivation?
Yeah, I want to say I think it was 6 years ago. My son had major issues in the classroom, such that we went through so many different, I think they're called IEPs for classrooms. We had him crawling through resistance tunnels to burn energy. We wondered if he had ASD. We were trying to figure out what was going on, and eventually we kind of settled on ADHD, and then we tried to manage that a few ways. And then I had to do a lot of reading about drugs because I won't say toxically masculine, but I grew up very conservative. I've had 4 ibuprofen in my life. I'm not a pill guy at all. And the idea of having my he would have been 7-year-old son on amphetamines is Jesus, or methadone or metha whatever the other one was called. That was a big deal to me. So I did a whole bunch of reading, a whole bunch of research. And in the course of all of that reading and research, because I kind of wanted to know, I don't want to say I didn't believe that ADHD was a real thing, but I'm again, I grew up conservative. I'm a big, if you want to do it, get it done. It's all about you. Forget excuses or anything else. I started to see a whole bunch of things crop up when I was doing research that I didn't know were ADHD typical behaviors. And then when I went back and I mapped them onto my life, I saw that I had a lot of exceptional. So one thing was the concept of starting a project with a whole bunch of focus, pouring an inordinate amount of time into it, and then never being able to pick up a project again. I didn't know that was typical of ADHD people. That's one thing. The idea of not being able to manage homework regardless of academic proficiency. For I think 3 or 4 years, I think in grade school, I was the only kid in my class that had to have my assignment notebook signed off on by my teachers and my parents. I couldn't do it. I remember times growing up where I would cry doing homework. I just didn't want to do it. It was so horrible. I remember behaviors relating to, the addictiveness that ADHD people have with regular dopamine scheduled things like video games. Some people call this hyperfocus, but basically if you can find something with a common reward system, you could do it 16 hours a day, stuff like that. I was a pro StarCraft 2 player. I did that. I started to see a bunch of these things crop up, and then and then just the general issue with executive dysfunction. And a lot of these things I didn't really associate with ADHD. I thought ADHD was just you're hyper and you're running around everywhere, and that wasn't me. I sat at a computer and I played computer games. But fast forward from all of that, I had my son start the medication. It's been really good for him, thankfully. Now, as my future has continued, there was I would never advocate for anybody to do this ever, and I don't advocate, illegal drugs and blah, blah, blah. But I had the opportunity to try a stimulant medication from a friend, and, they made a joke that oh yeah, you're going to take this, you're going to be bouncing up and down the walls, it's going to be crazy, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, okay, fuck it, and I tried a stimulant medication for the first time in my life. I want to say, I think it was about a year ago. And it was the calmest, chillest, most focused, relaxed day I think I'd ever had in my life. And I was just super I could choose to do something, I could whatever. And then fast forward 7 or 8 months later, I've had a lot of conversations with friends. I finally get a formal diagnosis. And then I'm okay, well, let's try medication and let's see how my life changes. And then if this is something that I want for the better or not, I guess. Sorry, that was try to do the Reader's Digest version of that, but yeah.
That was fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing that.
Okay.
And so what's your hang up? So you started the medication. It sounds like it allows you to do what you set it out to do. So where's the rub?
Yeah, I guess the hang up is before I started it. So I got the diagnosis and then I got the prescription. And then for like 7 days, like my issue is always that when it comes to issues of the mind, I'm thinking like, why not just be less of a lazy piece of shit? That's what I feel like. So like when I get out of bed, there's not a guy there that's like punching me to stay in bed and to be lazy. You know, there's not a guy like holding a gun to my head saying, read your fucking phone for 3 hours. Like I can just choose not to do it. And there are days where if I have like exceptional, you know, mental tenacity and exceptional focus, like, fuck it, I am going to do all this shit today. I've done it before, but I don't know why I just can't do it every day. So then it feels at some point like, is this a cop-out to be like, I'm neurodivergent, I'm like executively stupid, and I'm gonna take like a fucking pill and I'm gonna pop this and like, oh cool, it fixed all my problems. Like, does that say something, I guess, about my character? Does that, yeah.
When you say, does that say something about your character, what do you think?
I mean, intuitively, yeah.
What does it say about your character?
That you need some sort of exogenous or external, like physical motivator to do something that you should be able to do on your own. This is something you should be able to motivate yourself for on your own. And the fact that you require something external, especially when it comes to neurotransmitters, is like something is broken with you. And I don't even know if it's broken. It's just something you're not willing to fix or not willing to put the time or effort into fixing. Yeah.
Okay. And how do you feel about yourself for not putting in the? Do you think it's theoretically possible for you to achieve what you want without stimulants?
I think so. Anytime I have dilemmas like this, I solicit. I ask my fans. I'm like, "What do you guys do?" I'm curious what your thoughts are. So I got a lot of feedback. One thought that stuck with me a lot is a person emailed me and they said, you've been talking about like overcoming your ADHD and all of this for like 5 years, basically ever since Nathan was diagnosed. And then, you know, look back in your life in 5 years, did you do it? And it's like, no, not at all. And it's like, if I could have lived the last 5 years of my life on stimulants, even if I do take the hit to my moral character because I'm not, you know, working as hard on myself, every single other part of my life improves tenfold. I'd be healthier because I'd be going to the gym more often. I would be probably eating better. I would be more focused on my research for my streams. So I'd be a better debater. I'd be a better advocate for my ideas. I'd be managing extra time better for like hobbies or extracurriculars, like practicing an instrument, you know, doing rock climbing, whatever the fuck. That even if it was the case that at the end of those 5 years, maybe my moral character is slightly diminished, the gains that I would make in every other part of my life would be so appreciable, it wouldn't even matter. I wouldn't even be thinking about that.
So what's the problem?
Well, I mean, when I first messaged you, I was like spiraling hard, but now I've gone through a lot of emails and I've thought about it a lot, and I've kind of, I've thought about it more, and I think I feel pretty good, but it is a very weird feeling, like standing in line at a pharmacy or waking up and taking a pill. Like that's just not the type of person I guess I've ever been in my entire life. And then I also feel like a lot of other people. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I just think?
Yeah. Oh, go for it.
Okay, got a question for you.
Uh-huh.
What do you think is... So what I'm hearing is that on paper, stimulants are a good idea.
Yeah.
For you.
Yeah.
And in actuality, they may be a good idea for you.
Uh-huh.
I'm hearing that you judge yourself quite harshly for needing them, utilizing them, taking the shortcut.
Uh-huh.
Fair?
Oh, is it? Yeah. Yes. I don't know. Yeah, that's true.
where do you think is the origin of that judgment?
Where's the origin of that judgment? Is the origin of the judgment like, are you asking like why I feel like I need them or why I would judge myself for taking them?
The latter.
The latter.
Former is important too, but let's start with the latter.
Sure. Because I feel like maybe I need to go deeper, you can tell me, but like it feels like I'm shortcutting a process that I should be able to work through.
And so that there's a value judgment inherent in that, right? That taking the hard way is superior to taking the easy way. That you should be able to do this.
Yeah.
Should be able to do this better.
Sure. And then that should is it's a comparison of what everybody else around me is like, essentially. That my understanding is most people can decide to do something and do something, and that it's not a huge issue for a lot of these people, whereas I seem to struggle with it sometimes exceptionally. So I should be able to do it. Yeah, most people can do it. Yeah, go ahead.
And what I'm hearing from you is like, okay, so like between this tension, right? So on the one hand, you can do it the hard way, which is like meditate and do whatever else. We can talk about that in a second. Like you can kind of overcome your ADHD as if it's an obstacle. And there is data to suggest, and I don't know if this is kind of what you found, but that you can do that, right? There are outcomes from things like psychotherapy are equivalent to stimulant medication. We can talk about that data in a second, but
okay.
And so there's a tension between kind of taking this shortcut, and then I almost hear you like making justifications to yourself, right? That like, okay, like objectively, if I do this, so I've been dicking around for 5 years, now I'm kind of done. Objectively, like I could have done so much more. Now that I'm on it, I can accomplish so much more. Why do I need to accomplish so much more? Because of this like complicated, or maybe not complicated, because of this meaty worldview about like social good and paying it forward and existing for the benefit of humanity and all this kind of stuff, right? So there's like all these like big reasons for Steven to take stimulants. And those big reasons fight against, well, I should be able to do it without it. And what I'm hearing you ask is, how do I find the balance between these two things? When is it a cop-out? When is it not a cop-out? When is it the right move? When is it the wrong move? And so you're stuck between these two things.
Yeah, from like a, I guess from like a normative ethics point of view, it's like there's like some virtues that I think are worth aspiring to, but then there's like some like consequential attitudes that are undeniable. So like, for instance, if I could take a pill right now and have the ideal, flawless, perfect body composition, blood levels and everything, like I feel like I shouldn't take that pill. But at some point you do so much math where it's like, well, you know, or you do so much utilitarian calculus, you're like, well, I probably should do this. It wouldn't make sense not to. Like, I almost wonder if I got diagnosed as like a type 1 or type 2 diabetic, would I think that like, well, do I really need insulin, or can I just do like a keto diet and never eat anything on the glycemic index that's above like a 10 ever and I'll be okay? Yeah, it's that kind of thing, I guess. It's balancing out like that virtue with the, I guess with the consequentialist idea or whatever, yeah.
And do you prefer if I call you Steve, Steven, Destiny? What do you prefer?
Steven's good.
Okay. So Steven, I think, I know this sounds kind of weird, but I mean, you're asking me what my opinion is. So I'm going to say, I think you're approaching it wrong.
Okay.
So I think the real answer to this is not, so it's not going to work, basically. So you're kind of fighting like an intellectual, I'm going to call it intellectual. It's not quite intellectual, but you're fighting a battle and trying to figure out what the right answer is.
Sure.
I don't think that's what works well. I think what works really well is understanding your relationship with yourself, understanding the origins of the different pieces, and then even resolving some of the fuel behind your beliefs.
Okay.
So you can have two beliefs that can butt heads, and then you can logically try to decide which one is right. But what I find is far, far, far more effective, and this is like more of a personal value system, is to understand like the way that you relate to things. So I'm going to just toss out a couple of things, okay?
Okay.
The first is there's this interesting concept which I loved learning about and loved teaching about, even though I'm not very good at it, is the psychodynamics of psychopharmacology. So the psychodynamics is kind of like psychodynamic psychotherapy is like sort of based on psychoanalysis. So it kind of has this idea that like we have all these like associations and meanings and interpretations and the way that we relate to different stimuli in our environment. We can dig into that, and there's like a whole way to understand, okay, like my mom didn't hug me, and what does that mean to me, and how does that have a subconscious impact? All that crap that we sort of think of as like Freudian psychoanalysis, all that sort of stuff is like the way that we relate to things. There's a whole rich exploration of the way that we relate to taking a pill. So I think this, I don't know if you're doing psychotherapy, but I think sort of like doing psychotherapy around this can be very helpful for people with ADHD. Like, what does it mean to you to take a medication?
Okay.
Because the answer is not should you take one objectively or not objectively. That's part of your treatment plan, and you and your provider will decide based on evidence-based outcomes and all that kind of stuff. But like, what does it mean to you to take this pill? That's a very important exploration. And I think that's ultimately what's going to fix the problem. It's not like the cookie can crumble either way, right? Because you can make a good logical argument either way. So it's not like there is a right answer or wrong answer. Both of them are justifiable courses. The real issue, the real rub, the tension that I'm seeing in you and the struggle that I'm seeing you has nothing to do with the right answer or the wrong answer. It has to do, if you really want to fix that, you have to understand your relationship to the thing. Now, this is where things get, you with me so far?
Yeah.
This is where things get interesting. So let's just talk a little bit about outcomes, stimulants, and all that kind of stuff. So it sounds like you did a lot of research on your kid, or not your kid, but kids with ADHD. And what did you discover?
Well, now I'm a little bit worried because maybe I was looking at the wrong stuff. For most of the...
you were...
Well, I was going to say, for most of the ADHD stuff, I had a really hard time finding meditation or other sorts of interventions in larger studies showing to have positive outcomes similar to medication. The only reason why I finally broke down and got the diagnosis for ADHD is because it felt like stimulant-based medication was like some of the only stuff that showed really good outcomes related to people that were like super big into the ADHD thing. But I might have missed that somehow, or I might have, yeah.
No, okay, we're gonna get into the phrase "broke down" in a second, but
gotcha.
So let's just understand a couple things about stimulant medication, okay?
Okay.
A lot of people don't realize this. So the first thing is that if you give a child a stimulant, it has very, very good outcomes, generally speaking, for adults.
Okay.
So this is what's really kind of confusing. So let's just illustrate with one example. So some people think that since stimulants are abusable, and we also know that exposing developing brains to substances of abuse will increase the risk of addiction as they develop.
Okay.
So when I have my nucleus accumbens and my dopamine reward circuitry that is developing, and I give it highly dopaminergic stuff, it wires in a different way to where I'm sensitive to substances in the future. So we actually have decent evidence that marijuana is actually a gateway drug. Like that is not... It's not some propaganda or anything. I mean, there may be propaganda around it, but basically we know that if you start using marijuana in your teenage years, you are more likely to develop a neurochemistry that is sensitive to other dopaminergic or addictive substances.
Okay.
So people were worried, right? Because we've got this pile of evidence. And if you give a 7-year-old, oh my God, an amphetamine that is dopaminergic, will it increase his risk of addiction? The answer is almost certainly not. And this confuses the hell out of all kinds of people because we were like, wait a second, because this stuff is highly dopaminergic. What we actually find is when you give a child with ADHD a stimulant, their risk of addiction goes down over the course of their life.
Just because of a change of behavior, or?
Great question. So the answer is complicated. The first thing is to understand what a stimulant does, okay? So a stimulant medication works on the frontal lobes of our brain. So the part of our brain that it actually stimulates is the brakes. So the ability of our brain to restrain other parts of our brain. So if we look at what predisposes people to addiction, it's things like emotional dysregulation, impulsivity. These are both big risk factors for addiction. So when you strengthen the brain and you are no longer as impulsive and you can regulate your emotions, you become less vulnerable to the benefit of substances. Does that make sense?
Yeah. This was in a kind of a roundabout way for some of the I'll stay on this topic in particular. One of the emails that I got was it was an interesting question of like, what do you think damages your brain more in the long run? Having these, amphetamines that are causing these dopaminergic effects in your brain. Wait, say that word again.
Dopaminergic.
Dopaminergic effects in your brain. Do you think that hurts your brain more than playing video games and watching porn for 18 hours a day for years and years and years? And if one amphetamine can help you not engage in all of that other horrible behavior, it might be the case that your brain putting the brakes on some forms of like dopamine-seeking behavior is actually more beneficial in the long run for addictive behavior than, which seems paradoxical, but yeah.
Yeah, so I think the spirit is spot on, but I think there are a couple of important nuances.
Sure,
specifically
of course,
with the general principle is true, and that'll apply to everything else I'm about to say. But specifically with the case of stimulants, there are some parts of our brain that are vulnerable to addiction, and what the stimulant medication does is buffer those parts of the brain. Right. So like, and this is what, and now we get to the. So the first thing is that it's interesting because basically several studies have shown that there is certainly not a increased risk of addiction with stimulants. The jury's still out on whether there is a no risk or it's like neutral or it's beneficial. And there's complicated things that get into that, which we're going to get into in a second. But the key thing to understand is that that's number one. Here's the other big thing about stimulant medication in kids. Now, I think, so this is going to sound kind of weird, I think that stimulant medication for kids is not neurodevelopmentally good or healthy. Okay? This is going to sound kind of weird. Because if we just look at developing brains, we basically know that any kind of psychoactive substance does not really help. Like, it doesn't help the developing brain. That's just something that we know. Whether it's caffeine, whether it's nicotine, alcohol, opiates, whatever. So then, but if we look at outcomes of kids with ADHD who get medicated, the outcomes are good. And in fact, there are studies that show that early use of ADHD medication with higher doses leads to better outcomes as an adult. Okay? Like we're talking like 7, 8 years. We can look at a population of like 12 to 15-year-olds and then look at them 8 years later, and basically like people who got a lot of stimulants early on did better. There's some confounding factors there because those people may have had a more severe illness and other things like that. But I think this is where a lot of people misunderstand one key point, which I think could be relevant to you. So I'm going to, which is that growing up with untreated ADHD is traumatic. So if you look at populations of people who have depression and ADHD, okay? And then you ask, if you got diagnosed with depression first, what is the likelihood that you will get diagnosed with ADHD later? It is 3%.
Okay.
If you get diagnosed with ADHD first, what is the likelihood you get diagnosed with depression later in life? 70%. There is a very clear causative impact. And this is, by the way, what we see with you.
Yeah.
Right? So you're like you beat yourself up and all this self-judgment of, and we come down to it's comparison. Like, where does that thought come from? It's because when you were in second grade, you understood that your IQ was the same as everybody else's. But for the life of you, you could just not understand why you could never do homework.
Sure.
I mean, if you think about even what you've said, the memories that you have are so profound because you recall them to this day. You were the only fucking kid in the class who had to have your homework get signed off by your parents and your teacher. And so what happens to that child? The child starts judging themselves very harshly. Why are you so stupid? Why can't you do what other people can do? This is a sign of your weakness. You have this fundamental brokenness.
Yeah.
Very common.
This was when I was doing research for Nathan, this was the thing that ultimately pushed me over on to do the drugs, is I feel like my obligation as a parent is to make sure that his like growing years and everything in grade school are, because he's already in a split parent household, which has a whole bunch of negative things associated with it. So I could tell him, go to school, fight through this and do that, but then to do that on top of everything else, I don't want to be in a situation where my kid is like 18, he either doesn't qualify for college or he sucks at high school and he's like, Dad, why the fuck didn't you just give me like stimulants when I was in second grade, and then we could deal with whatever negative things, but now you've like ruined my whole life because of some weird feeling that you had about medication. So yeah, that was definitely the thing that pushed me in that direction.
Yeah, and so like I think the key thing that you've got to understand is when I see this conflict, I don't see actually like an intellectual conflict. I see like an emotional self-judgment fueled conflict. And I think the solution to this is not like, is it good or is it bad? It's to actually heal whatever the hurt is that you had with growing up with undiagnosed ADHD and what that's meant for your life. Because like that's the thing. And even the way that you the way that you talk about your child's regrets are like your regrets.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So like, I mean, it's like 1-to-1 because what caused you to change your mind? You were like, well, someone said 5 years ago, if you had started, where would you have been now?
Yeah.
So now we get to another problem, which is regret.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where, like, now if we really want to go off the rails, like I've seen this a lot, like, why are you trying so hard? I mean, sure, you can construct this whatever social goodness kind of stuff, and like that's good stuff. I'm not saying it isn't. You know, I do that stuff too for social good and all that jazz. But I think that there's a fuel here that has nothing to do with the social good. The fuel has to, let me know if I'm wrong here, but I think like this regret in the sense of, I get this pressure from you about time. Like, Steven, are you afraid of death?
I mean, sometimes when I'm driving, but no, I don't think, not in general, no. I don't think so.
Do you feel like you've regretted or wasted a part of your life?
I think, I'm trying to think, usually what I'll do, just as a quick thing, I'll have like a feeling and then I try to intellectualize it and then I try to slowly, if I can think about a thing a little bit differently, the feeling changes over time, essentially, kind of like a bastardized version of CBT, I guess. But the way that I try to view my life is, as long as I feel like I'm on a good road and I feel like I'm happy with myself right now and the road that I'm heading on, I try to view my life as having no regrets because any particular bad thing that might have happened might have been a contributing factor to who I am now. So I view it all like pretty favorably. So I might have had like things that were, I'll say, suboptimal relating to upbringing or earlier in my life, but like I view it as all kind of like these are all part of the stepping stones to who I am now and where I'm going, and I feel really good about those two things, who I am and where I'm going. So yeah.
So that is both really good and really problematic.
Okay.
So I think it's very, very adaptive, and it's exactly what you should be doing, right? You've positively, cognitively reframed and all that stuff. You've bastardized internal version of CBT, call it whatever you want to. But you're essentially taking your intellect and you're molding your emotions with it. But I think there is more to be gained from understanding where those emotions come from in the first place. So from an adaptive standpoint or functional standpoint, it makes perfect sense that what you want to do is like, those emotions are negative. Let's cognitively reframe, adapt, grow, work with this negative regret, try to get rid of this negative regret. But I think the next step, and this is kind of where I see you, and this is why I think you're running into trouble, because I think your tactic won't work for these problems, is my sense. So like you can logic your way to a functional life where you get up every day, you're optimizing things, you're progressing, you're doing well. Right. And this is where, like, when I've worked with people in the past, I don't think this is a problem. I mean, there may be psychological problems related to trauma of growing up with ADHD, but that's between you and your provider and your therapist and all that good stuff. We can talk a little bit more about what that looks like and non-pharmacological approaches if you want to.
Sure.
But I mean, I think this sounds to me like a spiritual crisis more than anything else. Like, that's what it feels like. And these are like bigger, deeper questions of, sure, you can justify, which is what you always end up doing, right? It's like, you can justify this as, okay, like this was part of my path and it's made me who I am. And like, I'm doing okay in life. So like, I should not regret the past. But what I don't actually hear you doing is metabolizing the regret. I don't hear you getting to the source of that and trying to figure out and I think there's like a tier above this, which is, there may be some problems to me saying that, but which is like understanding that you do regret and that it is okay to regret and that you can still be happy with what you've accomplished. But I think that's like very hard for you because of like that self-judgment of
Yeah,
I should have been perfect.
I understand what you're saying. The spiritual crisis was definitely like probably a year and a half ago, I think, is when I was trying to think of like, do I want to just sit online and kind of, move sideways, do decently, or do I want to be more aggressive with my career? And then that's when I kind of thought more about like obligations to society and all of that. And I feel like, I'll say that was spiritually solved, but obviously there's still other issues that I'm trying to figure out, like medication, right? And that was why in the past year and a half of my career, I've been way more aggressive in terms of doing other things. I do agree with you about what you're saying. I'm trying to say in other words what you're saying so we can make sure I understand. I think there's a negative thing that people will do where, say you have an abusive parent, where somebody will say something like, you know, actually that abuse was good for me and my life is so much better because of it. And in a way that might be better than walking through life being completely traumatized by it. But like the next level would be saying, well, actually that abuse was really bad for me, but I understand that, I've made peace with it, and then I've overcome it and I'm moving in a forward direction. I feel like for the most part, like there are definitely things in my life when I say I have no regret, I guess we could dig a little bit more meatier into that. Obviously there are things that have not gone as I would have liked it, and there are things that kind of suck in terms of my upbringing, but like I made peace with those things. I don't think that I don't let them drag me down. Obviously if I could have chosen different types of things in my upbringing, I would absolutely like change the way that some things are, but I think everything's going okay now, so I don't let those regrets like weigh on me, I guess. You know, it's not like go ahead.
Yeah, so you know, I like, even in your language, I think there's like, and this is what I think is really where there's opportunity for progress, is like actually has nothing to do with whether you should take stimulant medication or not.
Sure.
This is really a fantastic opportunity for you to understand the different currents within yourself. Right? So what I get the sense that you're focused on is when you have conflicting currents, you have a pretty rigorous process of like getting all the troops in line. Right? So like and that's good. I mean, you're good at that. You're gifted at that. It's a useful thing to do. It's adaptive. It's cognitive reframing. It's what we try to do in CBT. But there's like, you're spot on that there's another layer of this, which is to ask yourself, like, why do I feel this way in the first place?
Okay.
Right? Why, like, what is the origin of this judgment? Because imagine if you could get rid of the judgment entirely, not get it in line, but you could understand that, and this is what I think happens, is you can cognitively reframe. But basically, if you look at sort of this yogic model of the mind, what happens is when we have negative emotional experiences, those emotions get stored up and they sit in our subconscious mind or our unconscious mind as something called a samskar. And that those emotions will trigger and activate in current circumstances. And so in a situation like yours, what I'm hearing is an echo of the comparisons that you used to make in this idea that you should be able to do what other people are able to do. That is like a core part in CBT. We may call it something like a core belief, right? And so as long as you have that piece, you really need to understand, like, why do I think that way about myself? Because if you sort of think about it, like, logically, right? I mean, everyone's unique. And I know you do this process. This is the part that you're good at. Right? Everyone's unique. Like, you can't always make comparisons, and everyone has advantages and disadvantages. We get a certain amount of stat points to distribute on our character sheet, and that's how it is. I took the ADHD thing for an additional feat at level 1, and that's just how it works. And I got debating proficiency, whatever. Right? So there's whatever breakdown that you have, which you can kind of logically understand. But I think now the question is, like, you know, why do you feel this way about yourself? Why is your worldview such that, like, you should be able to do it without it? Right. And that I think will go back. That I think will go back to, like, if you really pay attention to your early experiences in childhood, which, by the way, is another thing that I just connected the dots on. I was really confused the first time we talked because you play games while you're debating with people, right?
Well, I haven't for the past 2 weeks while I've been on amphetamines, but yeah, I understand what you're saying. I used to a lot, yeah.
Yeah, so I think that is not a coincidence that you've stopped. So there's
I don't think it's not at all. Yeah.
There's good evidence that doing a cognitively distracting rote task allows people with ADHD to focus. So when I'm doing group psychotherapy with people with ADHD, I will oftentimes, what I learned at one of the hospitals I worked at is knitting. That if they do some kind of rote or even cognitively mildly engaging task, it actually helps them focus, because they have like too much kind of mental energy, and like dispersing some of it allows them to actually focus.
Yeah.
This is also why people with ADHD sometimes meditate better with their eyes open.
Okay.
So you need some kind of stimulation, which is something that's interesting. And also, if you started stimulant medication, it would make sense.
Yeah, it all
that
tracks.
You no longer need. Yeah. So where are you right now? What are you thinking? Thoughts, questions?
I'm writing down like big concepts, I guess, to keep track of. The first question of like, what does it mean to take a pill? I think there's a lot of room for me to think about and explore how I feel about that, because all of my feelings related to that are negative, and most of them are, I think, really stupid. They're rooted in stupid things. Like, I know that looking on it intellectually. And then the why did I write this down? I wrote judgment in big caps. Oh, why do I judge myself? I guess, or against like what standard do I judge myself? I mean, I feel like judgment is probably a necessary part of. Or you were gonna say something. Sorry, go ahead.
No. Yeah, I think you're okay. So let's talk about pills for a second. So
Okay, sure.
why do people have stupid beliefs, Stephen?
For all sorts of different reasons. I mean, they could be maladaptive. It could be
Sure.
they learned it from other.
No, but I mean, like,
oh.
why do people develop stupid? Like, so you said, okay, I have all kinds of attitudes towards medication that are stupid. Then why do you have that attitude? Where does that attitude come from?
It's probably an inherited belief that's largely unexamined because it doesn't come up much in daily life, basically, yeah.
Okay, so I think that's one way to put it. I would chalk it up to an experience, which could be what you call an inherited belief.
Yeah,
I think
my
could be an
dad and my
experience, right? You may
grandpa
have
were
had-
like, I don't believe in medicine, I
Right.
don't care about this, and then now I'm like, if I get a headache, I don't like to take ibuprofen or Advil, which is stupid, but it doesn't come up that much, so I don't examine it that much, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't think it's an inherited belief. I think it's a learning, is what I would call it.
Oh, sure.
So
When I say
even
inherited,
though-
I mean like you learn it, but you're right. Yeah, learn is a better word.
Right,
for sure.
right. So you had some experience early on in life where like maybe you were sick and like the doctor recommended that you take ibuprofen and you were really hurting, and you were like, "Dad, should I take the ibuprofen?" He's like, "Ibuprofen is for sissies. You don't take ibuprofen." And then you felt guilty or bad because you really wanted it and the doctor said, but you didn't want to be weak. Right. And then like that whole thing starts. I mean, I have no idea if that's actually what happened, but that's an example.
Okay, sure.
So I think one thing to understand anytime you examine your stupid beliefs is you can do the cognitive reframing stuff. But I have found it to be very, very helpful to understand the origins of your experience and why that became a truth for you and how that became a truth for you. Because at some point it was learned. That's why you believe it. Right. Second thing about judgment is I think exploring the origins of your self-judgment are very important.
Okay.
And so if you really want to, because right now what's happening is you have a clash between like a self-judgment and a logic.
Okay.
Right?
Can I give you my idea about judgment first so that we're using the same words?
Yeah.
So I feel like judgment is a necessary part of your self-analysis because it allows you to more closely align yourself with whatever your idealized version with yourself is. So for instance, let's say that I think I should be somebody that is truthful to my friends around me, and then let's say that in the past I lied to somebody, then I would want to judge myself as failing to meet those types of expectations that I would have for a more idealized version of myself. That would be what I would consider like a judgment. Not necessarily like, yeah, but I just want to make sure we're using the word in the same way. So yeah, you can tell me if that, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, so I think the problem is that the direction of the judgment and the idealized what the target is, it can be based on bad stuff.
Okay.
Right? So you're right that judgment is a self-correcting. We have this part of our brain that does something called counterfactual thinking, which is, and it's kind of a weird term, but when we make a mistake, there is a factual representation of what happened. And we have a part of our brain that thinks in a counterfactual way. So you could think about it as hypothetical, but our brain goes back and rewrites history outside of the facts. And that is one of the ways that we learn from our mistakes and correct our behavior. So you're right that I think judgment is, it's a judgment that you place that has the direction towards an idealized self. But the problem is that that idealized self and that judgment can come from unhealthy places to begin with.
Yeah, definitely, I agree.
So what I'm saying is that's what needs to be examined.
Okay. Then I
Right,
guess the
and
question
that's
would be like, is the ideal that you're aspiring to unhealthy to some extent? I feel like that's what the...
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah. And then we get to the big problem of like, I think like, so I think you've come up with a very intellectually sound, dharmic, ethical, utilitarian approach to what you want to do with your life. But that's all coming from up here. And what I'm really hearing you need to do is integrate that with like the other parts of your mind.
Yeah, of course.
Right? Because I think that's where you're going to find your balance. Because right now there's a conflict, which means that one side is going to win and one side is going to lose.
Or, well, ideally, one side is integrated into the other. If you run into a huge incongruence with the mind and the feeling, at some point you have to examine why and then bring one of them into alignment with the other at some point, right? Hopefully.
Yeah, so I think in that integration process, one piece is going to lose.
Okay. I disagree. Or let's talk about that actually. Yeah, because I feel like I don't agree with that 100%. I'll give an example and then you can talk me through why you think that. I'm curious. So let's say that let's say that I feel like shoot, I don't want to use like, well, no, we'll say a negative thing, okay? Let's say that I want to play video games for 16 hours a day. But like intellectually, I know that it's probably not healthy to play video games for 16 hours a day. But I really like playing video games. So at some point, I ration this out to like, well, I think playing like 1 or 2 hours a day, maybe that's healthy. Like I would view that as a sort of compromise where I don't know if I would say one side is lost or not, but maybe you would frame it as like one side is lost, like the emotional side of wanting to play for. Yeah, go ahead, tell me.
Absolutely, right? Because one side of you wants to play for 16 hours a day.
Mm-hmm. But like maybe the intellectual side wants to play for like 0 hours a day, like don't play video games at all. But then you like compromise.
Sure. So both anytime you integrate or compromise, both sides lose.
Okay, that's
right.
Okay, sure. Okay, gotcha.
Right. So my point is that there's a different way, and I think it's fine. What you've done is awesome. Like I'm not trying to, I think like the higher you climb on the MMR scale, the harder things get, and the more subtle they become.
Sure. Okay.
So I think there's another way to go about this, which is to metabolize the root of why do I want to play 16 hours a day in the first place. It's not about reconciling two parts. It's about getting to the source of like, what does 16 hours a day mean to me? What's important about this?
Okay.
And then as you get down that road, something cool happens, which is that the desire kind of melts away. And then you're sort of left without either side. And then you're kind of like, you can just sort of make a choice and you're not being like driven by these two different things.
Sure. Can you expand on that when you say the desire melts away? Like, can you think your way through wanting to ever play video games? Yeah. What do you mean by that? Can you expand on that?
Theoretically, you can think your way through that. There is a subset of the practice of yoga. I'm not talking about the postures. I mean like the traditional meaning of the word yoga, which is like paths to enlightenment, called Jnana Yoga, which is the yoga of knowledge.
Okay.
So one major text of that is this text called the Brahma Sutra, which is like a text that talks about logical argument. So it's like a text on argument, basically. But there are, theoretically, it is possible. It's not logic, it's more contemplation. And then like if you kind of think about, so theoretically, maybe it's possible. It's something that when I was learning, I was taught that this is the hardest path of yoga, of which there are very, very few true yogis who like really know how to do this anymore. Because it's not logic, it's contemplation. But the other way that I would think about it is, first of all, does that answer your question or what was your question?
What do you mean when you talk about like the dissolution of desire, I guess? I kind of thought it was going to be, I don't know if there was like when you just do this, but I've heard of like the far more complicated ones, right? Yeah, go ahead.
But there is absolutely a dissolution of desire. So like this is where things get kind of cool, which is like the more that you explore the origin of whatever your desires are, the more you will discover that there is nothing at the bottom.
Okay.
Right? So we assume that the things that we want are like real. But like once you realize the origin of the want, you realize that, oh, this is like not a real thing. It's just, so like just to give you a simple example, let's say I want to play a particular video game. So I've been on the fence about buying Starfield.
Okay.
Because I don't know, right? And so if I really look at, okay, do I want to buy the game? Do I not want to buy the game? I draw a logical argument about reasons to buy Starfield, reasons to not buy Starfield. And I can go back and forth, but the real antidote to that is like, why do I want Starfield in the first place? What am I looking for? And the more and more I go into myself, the more I realize, okay, like, what is the origin of my desire for Starfield? I saw an ad about it. What is the origin of my desire? I saw people talking about it. What is the origin of my desire? Oh, like I enjoyed playing Morrowind and Oblivion so much that I long for that experience again. And then as I sit down and I engage in some degree of like reflection and contemplation, okay, so like I've had things that I enjoyed in the past. Do I want to hold on to that? I don't need to. I can just appreciate that for what it is. And it's kind of weird, but at like the end of that process, there's just nothing there.
Is it necessarily good to dissolve all of your desires? I don't know how Buddhists were getting, but like the counterclaim I'm going to say is like, well, what if you have a desire to be like a good father or a good parent? Like, would you want to drill down? Go ahead.
It depends on what your goal is. So when you say good, how are you defining that end zone?
Good, normatively, morally. Like, it sounds like dissolving a desire to partake in a vice is tautologically good because vices are bad, and if you can dissolve your desire to have a vice, you've done something good, right? We move away from vice and towards virtue. That's what I'm thinking. Good. You've made yourself a better person, improved your character, I guess.
So I'm going to say, a couple things. The first is that there's a subset of spiritual practitioners called Aghori Babas.
Okay.
Ghor means fear.
Okay.
Aghor means lack of fear.
Okay.
So these are people who intentionally engage in vice-like behavior as part of their spiritual progression.
Okay.
Now, in this case, vice-like behavior includes marijuana, eating of meat, even cannibalism in some cases.
Okay.
And they actually intentionally expose themselves to negative things to try to transcend this like tautological idea of like good and bad.
Okay.
So they drink alcohol and get high and eat fish and meat and sleep in cemeteries and stuff like so. There's a spiritual path that kind of does that, but then the goal there is that this idea that this tautology between good and bad is actually like a human construction, and that it's not a real thing. That it's kind of this non-dualism, which is like a philosophical view that most of the yoga practitioners kind of take. It's the dominant school that has emerged historically.
Okay.
So first thing is that there's a perspective that tautologically good and bad is not a real thing, and it's just these are judgments that we make, right? And we know that good and bad changes over time because people used to think something is good, now they think it's bad.
Okay.
So what's really good or bad?
Sure.
Second thing is from a more practical perspective, I think that for 99% of people, moving on this path will improve their life in a significant way. But if you really look at the precision of it, abandoning desire makes you not a good citizen in the world of life. So if your goal is to break free of the cycle of suffering and to become enlightened and achieve whatever your highest human potential is, which can be viewed as virtuous, and there's a whole fun angle there, right? So like, but as you become more and more enlightened, like you don't behave the way that a normal person will. Generally speaking, I think that, like I said, for 99% of the times, that's good. But let's remember that, like, when Buddha started his journey on his enlightenment and also became enlightened, he basically abandoned his wife and child and kingdom and pursued something else. I think most people don't get there.
Sure.
But technically, if you want to really get to it, like you could say, okay, so there are yogis in the Himalayas who have been meditating in caves for 40 years. What good are they doing in the world? Who knows?
Okay.
That's my answer. I don't know if that answers your question.
What was this originally about? What it means to dissolve your desires? Okay. It was good enough.
Is that good?
Gotcha.
Right. So I think it will lead to less suffering. But the interesting thing, the reason people get scared about it is because as we dissolve our desires, we also lose some things that give us a compass in life, like ambition.
Sure. I think I probably would agree with that. That like people reframe a lot of things negatively that are probably actually important parts of society. So for instance, like feeling negative when your peers judge you, or feeling competitive or a pressure to do something socially is probably an important part of the human experience in terms of like building societies, because we want to feel like we can pressure people to act in certain ways, stuff like that, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think one of the biggest mistakes we make in our society is that assuming that negative emotions are bad. Like there's a reason why every human being feels anger, feels shame, feels guilt. And it's fascinating because as people move away from their negative emotions, that's actually when they get stuck. Because if you kind of think about it, like I did a YouTube video about this, but it's a fascinating concept that like everyone avoids shame, but shame is the most powerful corrective motivating force in you as a human being. And so when you start suppressing shame, you literally neuroscientifically lose out on the ability to learn from mistakes and adapt to circumstances.
Yeah, I agree. There's a quote that I had when I was a StarCraft 2 player 13 years ago, but the quote was like, to achieve perfection is to sacrifice growth. And the idea is that like if you don't feel an impetus to change or to improve or do something, then you've essentially like cut yourself off from any motivating forces to actually change or be better. So yeah, I think I would agree with that.
So the interesting thing is that as you dissolve more desires, you become more free and you can end up choosing to act compassionately, which is usually what happens.
That's good.
So I think getting rid of ambition is only scary until you discover that there are other compasses, and most people want the compass instead of ambition because ambition is like relentless.
Okay.
And it kind of drives you as opposed to you controlling it.
Mm-hmm. I feel like...
And the freedom...
No, go ahead.
Yeah. The freedom to choose is liberating. And oftentimes when people are truly free to choose, they make the right choices.
Okay. My second monitor is here, so I'm looking at you, but it looks like I'm not looking at you. But just so you know, you're right there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Did you want to walk down this road anymore? Or do you want to move to another area, or?
Well, did I answer your question?
Something that would... This is very difficult for me. I think something that would help push me along a little bit. It's very hard for me to find role models since my job and everything I do is like so unique. It's really hard to find people in the world that I would go like, oh, this guy's doing something. I want to be more like him. I think that when you give me this kind of overarching like dissolution of desires, the freedom to choose better paths, oftentimes the path that you choose post dissolution will be better than the more hardline road you run prior to that. It would be interesting if there were people that I could look at that were achieving or accomplishing in my arena those types of things that had made those decisions. Does that make sense? So for instance, something you're telling me is the ambition driver, the ambition engine might feel good because it pushes and pushes and pushes, but that if you could dissolve everything underneath that and then make other choices, it might be better. But I mean, obviously, intellectually and emotionally, I'm very tied to that ambition engine. And it's hard for me to... I'm hearing what you're saying, but there's a lot of disbelief without me being able to find somebody in the world and go like, oh, that person did that, and I see they're doing, like, I aspire to that. I want to aspire to that, so it would push me in that direction. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, but so do you... I'm getting kind of this tacit idea that I need someone to... Not need, but if I set a role model for myself, it helps motivate my behavior.
It could. Or... like if there's a particular habit that's good, I like to see the proof of concept of that, I guess. So like if somebody tells me something like, oh, like you met me a year ago and I told you that I was going to read, one book a week, and then they talked to me about, the 52 different books they read last year just because they found some like novel way to work reading into their schedule. Like maybe they read like 2 pages after every League of Legends game. If I see that, then in my life, I'd be like, holy crap, this guy has a really good outcome. He had a really cool process for doing it. I'm going to copy that. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah. So when you talk to me about the dissolution thing, I'd be curious. To see. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know who you would consider a good role model. I don't think that, so the only thing that comes to my mind is my own experience with my own journey.
Okay.
But I don't think that I am an appropriate role model for you. I think we're colleagues, and I'm happy to share what that experience looked like for me. And the reason that I'm advocating for it is because I think it has been profoundly positive in my life.
Okay. Can you actually, so then I'm kind of curious, for however much you're obviously comfortable sharing, you have, from everything that I've seen, you've got an awesome family, you've got an awesome company, and you do really cool stuff online. How do you balance out how do you balance it? What's the emotional decision? Somebody comes to you with an offer or an ability to expand your business, twofold. You've got an opportunity to do this, but it might come at like significant cost to your family. What does the process look like for you? How do you even begin to have that internal dialogue? Yeah, what is that? Yeah.
Yes. So I can share my own experience. So to begin with, I wanted to be big when I was growing up. I wanted to be an important person. I grew up Indian, An Indian diaspora in the United States means that you've got a couple of career choices.
Yeah.
There's a very strong founder effect, so there's like serious brain drain. So all the Indian kids. So I grew up in a city where there were 5 people my age in the whole city. There were 5 Indian people in my grade in the whole city. 3 of us became doctors. Right. So that's like, it's just staggering. So I grew up with this culture that was very like education focused, achievement focused, not tiger parents, but that's just kind of the culture. Like my parents were very loving and supportive. And so I grew up and like, when I was 15 or 16, I told people I wanted to be a doctor and they got impressed with that because, Alok is such a smart boy. Right. And then that fed my ego. And then when I went to UT, I was a freshman and I majored in pre-med and I was like, I'm gonna be at the top of my class. And where did I want to go to med school? I wanted to go to med school at Harvard because that's where all the Indian kids want to go. And so when that ambition was my primary driving force, I found that it could not conquer the other parts of myself because there was a part of me that wanted to play for 16 hours a day. And so those two parts would fight. And because of whatever, on some days I would study and on some days I wouldn't. And certainly not good enough to get into any medical school for that matter. So that changed when I went to India and I sort of discovered a different way of like looking at myself and like understanding like where my ambition comes from.
Can you real quick, how old were you when you went to India?
21.
21. Okay, cool. Okay, go ahead.
And then, so I then decided to become a monk. And then, but that too was like actually the same driving forces. What I later discovered is that I had concluded logically that like I can't compete with these kids. Like there's no way I'm going to be able to achieve my goals and what I want. And I'm basically a failure at life. So what I did is I did this really interesting ego trick where I started devaluing that which I could not have.
Okay.
Right. So, like all these kids are materialistic and they're shallow and they all want to, make lots of money and drive fancy cars and things like that. I'm going to rise above that and become spiritual.
Sure.
So I'm going to have this ego. Huh?
I was going to say that's super common. Yeah. That when somebody can't have something, they start to say, well, actually that sucks anyway. And this has been way better and blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
Right. So I kind of went down that road, and then thankfully my teachers recognized that my desire to become a monk was not like genuine. It was escapism. So they didn't take me, but they continued teaching me. And then, the big irony is at some point I gave up on my dreams. Right. I was like, there's no fucking way. I graduated with a 2.5 GPA, applied to med school for 2 years, got 110 rejections. 80 something rejections. Applied my third year, got another 20, 30, 40 rejections. And at that point, like after my second year, I had kind of this formative moment where I started thinking about, okay, like what do I want? And then I changed the way that I started looking. It's not about desire or anything like that. Like I kind of let go of all that stuff. And I was like, my teachers told me to do something, so I'm going to do it out of like faith, not out of personal desire or ambition or anything like that. I trust these people, and they said do this, so I'm going to do this.
Can I ask you a
even
question
when
about
everyone
that?
else told, yeah.
So you coming from the U.S. and you being really ambitious, and then you kind of like changing your ambitions to different things. Why were you in a state where you would trust those teachers? Or what do you think made it that you were like, you know what, I'm going to put aside my ego a little bit and trust these guys instead of just like, you know what, screw these guys, they're dumb. I'm going to go back and follow my own stuff.
So I would say that if you are a GSL champion in StarCraft and you queue up against someone who just installed the game, this is what my interactions with them were like. They just crushed. I mean, it wasn't competitive, but they just bodied me every single time. They understood so much about me that I did not understand. And they taught me all of that stuff about myself.
Okay. So they basically they'd earn their respect with just the knowledge.
Oh, absolutely.
And the ability. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. Right. So they like helped me understand like how to live, like these fundamentals, because we don't teach that. We don't teach people how their mind works. And then the other cool thing is they never asked me to have faith or trust in them. My teachers were good. They also recognized that what I needed was questions, not answers. They also did a good job of answering whatever questions I had, which in many spiritual traditions is like not very good. So it didn't matter how hard the question was that I asked, they like basically always had a good answer.
Okay.
And so based on that, I was like, okay, these people know what they're talking about, and I think there's a lot of legitimacy to this. I also, in that process, started to trust more into it because I started looking into the science. I was very skeptical of all this meditation stuff when I started. I didn't believe it. I thought it was all BS.
Okay.
And then I got my first research position studying complementary alternative medicine, and that was a very formative experience for me too.
Okay.
This is a roundabout way of saying, like, as I gave up on my ambitions and just focused on, let's call it being a better person or accomplishing whatever, like a different kind of internal compass, I actually floated to the top of like the competitive pool.
Okay.
And then my ambitions re-emerged when I actually started. So I did medical school at Tufts, and then I matched at psychiatry at Harvard and Mass General and McLean, which are like the best programs in the country. I'm sure other people will disagree. UCLA is really good. Stanford's really good. Yale is really good. Hopkins is really good. A lot of great programs. But based on the academic status ladder or whatever, those were the top programs in the country.
Okay.
And so I kind of found myself there. And then one thing that I quickly realized is I'm not like these people. So I remember like being in the line to get coffee at 4 p.m. with a fellow intern of mine. And he was an internal medicine intern. And man, like I was just talking to him about like medicine, and like what he knew was just mind boggling. Like he was just so brilliant. And that was my experience there, is that people here are just like absurdly brilliant.
Okay.
And I didn't even have imposter syndrome. I think I would have had imposter syndrome if I didn't understand how to do this stuff with my mind. So I was like, all right, I ended up here anyway. So like, even if I don't belong, whatever. And then I actually like, once again, sort of leaned in on a different kind of compass of, okay, what do I want? And then my desires started emerging again, because I started to get prominence. I started to achieve things there. I started to float to the top in some places. Even in those institutions. And then I started to get ambitious. And then I started a private practice. And I had people coming to my office for my help who were CEOs of major companies and billionaires and things like that. And I was like, all right, this is what the goal is, right? It's to like become an expert, become the best in the world at something, and then have people come to your office and pay you, or companies pay you piles of money to go out there and share your wisdom, which is like exactly what I wanted to do. And then I sort of realized a little bit after that this is silly. Like this is the same stupid ambition. And that there's actually a class of people out there that need help just as much or even more, who no one is helping. No one is even listening to. No one is even talking to. And those are degenerates on Twitch.
Yeah. Okay. Before we move here, can I ask you a challenging question? I'm curious.
Yeah.
So my interactions with you are fairly limited, but I've seen a lot of your stuff. We've spoken a lot. My perception of you is you're an incredibly intelligent individual. I'm sure part of that has been through your upbringing. Part of that is probably your parents are probably smart. I'm sure there's a mixture there. Do you think that you went through the path that you did, and rather than kind of like gunning for the top and being ultra ambitious and being obsessed with the prestige, you did a lot of work to kind of like discover or build yourself up as a character, and then the other stuff kind of came as a byproduct of that self-improvement, that mental like self-improvement? Do you think that the same process would work to make most people successful if they weren't exceptionally bright or intelligent? So say you take a kid.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You think so?
I mean, give me your example.
Yeah, I was going to say you take a kid who, drops at a high, I'm giving you an extreme one, but 16, 17, reads at a, 4th or 5th grade reading level, not very bright, doesn't have very many interests or hobbies. And this kid's like, you know what, I'm going to go discover myself mentally. Do you think that this person would benefit in the same way that you did from that type of, mental self-discovery?
I do not think anything is 100%, but I feel 100% confident in that strategy. And here's why.
Okay.
So what do you think I gained in that process? So if I have a character sheet, what do you think that got me? Do you think it got me XP? Do you think it got me skill proficiencies? Like, how do you conceptualize what I went through? Because you're saying, like, what I'm hearing you say is like, okay, is it predicated on your inborn talent? We'll get to that in a second.
Sure.
That's kind of what I'm hearing your question as.
A little bit, yeah. The way that I would frame it is, or the way that I would see it is, we kind of, I think as we grow up in a society, you've been like to bumper bowling, I imagine, right? Does
To what?
that mean, do you know what bumper bowling is? Never mind. I'm so sorry. But like a lot of people have kind of like different rails or different restrictions on them. It's where you go bowling, but instead of gutters, they've got bumpers there for like 4-year-olds, so you can't go in the gutter basically. Yeah. Not relevant. But yeah, that you grow up, you've got a lot of restrictions. You've got to kind of you get a lot of thought patterns from society. You get a lot of like direction from people around you, and I guess going to a different environment with these guys allowed you to kind of like shed a lot of those societal expectations, a lot of those dispositions you had, and just let you really explore and build and work on yourself. And then once you kind of like fully fleshed out and understanding yourself, you're able to re-engage with society and then explore those things. Yeah, that would be, yeah.
Perfect, right?
Okay.
So now my question to you is, so like we all go through life with the instrument of our body, our mind, and I'm going to toss this word out there because I think it's complete and we can talk about this if you want to, and our soul. Okay? So we go through the world always with us. Like you're like when you're playing a first person game here. And you can't ever zoom out of it. Like you're you. And so what I learned in India, and why I think it doesn't matter what your IQ is, and I've got evidence of sorts, but we'll talk about that in a second, is that all I learned was how I work.
Okay.
So it's like, if you don't know how a keyboard works, how effective are you going to be at typing? If you are blind to a keyboard, if you are numb to your internal environment, and there are studies that show that there's 6 or 7 neuroscientific deficits that lead to addiction.
Okay.
And one of them is a lack of awareness of your internal environment. And what this clinically looks like is someone will say, I don't know what happened. I slipped up. No, there's a whole series of subconscious stressors, pressures, willpower degradation, lack of sleep. There's 1,000 things that are going on, which is responsible for your behavior on this particular day. We're just blind to it.
Sure.
So I think that, you know, anytime we're numb or blind to, and think about this for a second. If I am numb or blind to the driving forces, which doesn't mean they stop driving, it just means I'm not aware of them.
Yeah.
Right? And then what happens is actually exactly what you did with this conversation, which is I have this conflict between these two things, and I'm not trying to shit on you here. But it's a great example. I have a conflict between these two things, and what is the logical answer? But the real answer that I'm offering, because this is my perspective, it's my bias, it's my experience, is that if you understand the origin of those two perspectives, it's not about which one is right, it's about where does this come from? And that has very real utility. And this is where, if we want to talk about evidence, so like from an anecdotal perspective, this is what I advocate for people like my patients and my clients and things like that. It's what I advocate to my kids. And I think that those people tend to be pretty happy. They tend to have good outcomes. Sometimes those outcomes are scary, like makes me wonder whether I'm making a mistake, and I've sought supervision around that. So for example, like 30% of people who come into my office within 12 to 18 months will change their job.
Okay.
And so I started getting scared about, like, am I biasing these people and pushing these people to make a change? Because that shouldn't be happening. And then what I sort of ended up concluding is that as we start this process, what people realize is they start shedding their conditioning or their socialization or living a life of shoulds and start gravitating towards what they want. They start changing their jobs.
Okay.
And they tend to be like predominantly happy after that process, and oftentimes paradoxically even more successful.
Okay.
And then there's also, I mean, if you look at, now we can talk about real evidence, because my anecdotal experience ain't worth much, honestly, if we look at it scientifically. If we look at real evidence, we can look at studies on mindfulness, on meditation, on developing narrative, on healing trauma. And there isn't, I haven't seen, you know, any evidence, I mean, maybe that it's out there, but that this only works for people who are very talented. In fact, the whole point of mindfulness and the reason that we have it as an evidence-based intervention as a part of psychotherapy is it works for people on the autism spectrum. It works for people with Down syndrome. It works for people with low IQ, high IQ, men, women, old, young. It works for everybody because it's a fundamental facet of like our wiring, and it's how our brain works. And when we strengthen our frontal lobes, it helps us with impulse control, right? That's like a neuroscientific fact. So I don't think that, I mean, I'm happy to be challenged. I think it's a great question, but I don't think it's specific to me.
Okay. Yeah, no, I was just curious what your answer would be. I think I probably agree. I think if you take a person that is underachieving in school and then they become more introspective, self-reflective, and get a greater understanding of themselves, it's harder to imagine, or it's hard to imagine that their life doesn't also significantly improve in other ways. Because my guess would probably be that those people that are in those bad situations are probably more inhibited than an average person when it comes to those introspective things. So opening that up would help them.
Absolutely.
Probably. Yeah, sure.
That's a brilliant assumption that you're making, because that's like literally that's what happened in my case, and what we see a lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the worse your situation is, if we think about what is the effect on a human being of a bad situation, it hurts. And then our instinctive response when something hurts is to numb it.
Sure.
Because we haven't been taught how to fix it. So then we ignore it. And then what we actually see is people in bad situations are more introspectively blind. Let me think about that. I don't think that's an evidence-based statement, but that's my opinion.
Sure. I can imagine it being the case that depending on the negative situations you grow up in, you examine negative behavior, it becomes normalized, and then you unleash that behavior into the world, and you lose the ability to even analyze introspectively if it's good or bad in the way, because it's just what you've always seen or something like that. Yeah. Sure. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's worked for me.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think there's also like a couple things to notice. I mean, the path that I'm on is financially less than the path that I used to be on, right? So there are costs. And then in terms of how do I navigate that, I really think about what's the point of money. And, it's not a way of keeping score. Sure, like I could buy more stuff, but like, I don't, I'm a degenerate gamer. Like, what do I need money for?
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Right. So like some amount of security and stuff is really important. Right. So, and that's also where, when I sort of think about it, like being freed of my internal drivers, I can kind of make a logical decision about how much do I want to do for free. So even if you look at like the pricing in my private practice, there was one point where there was at one point 50 to 70% of my patients were free care. And it was, my financial situation was fine because I charged enough to the other 30 to 50%. And I had a uniform financial policy, which was, this is what my rate is, pay what you can.
Okay.
So I think some of those kind of, the dust kind of settles. I don't know how, like once you're internally, like your compass is set, then you sort of like can logically think through stuff and it kind of settles.
Okay, that makes sense. I think I have like a similar idea. I don't know how well I follow it, but I have a similar idea kind of to what you're saying. I think in the business world, have you ever heard the term like first principles?
I've heard the term. I don't know what it means.
Just basically like what are you orienting yourself towards? Like what are you about? Like what are you trying to do? And what you're saying is like anytime somebody would come like for advice, like I don't know, where do I want to go to college? What do I want to do for a job? Blah, blah, blah. Kind of like what you're saying, like those questions are never really important. The important question is like, well, what do you want to accomplish or who do you want to be in like 5 or 10 years or whatever? And then once you have like those like very fundamental questions figured out, all of the other questions become pretty simple. So I think kind of what you're saying about like figuring out kind of like the internal area of like what does it mean to take a pill, or where does self-judgment come from, or anything like that, then if I've like figured out those types of things, then the questions about like medication or whatever, not really difficult questions at all, they kind of fall into line very simply.
And I think that's so there's like scientific support of that. So like even so part of the reason I started a coaching program was because I thought that there's some of these things, like coming down to first principles, were not emphasized in the mental health space. So just one example of that is the number one variable that correlates with vulnerability of pornography addiction is meaninglessness in life.
Okay.
So, but if we sort of think about it, we actually have evidence-based approaches to cultivate purpose and meaning and direction, which are all introspective.
Okay.
And so what happens if you look at the literature on positive psychology, when you cultivate introspection, the rest of the stuff falls into place. And the whole reason behind purpose, and this is why we teach so much about dharma or dharma, right, is once you have that North Star, then stuff starts to fall in place.
Okay.
And the more important thing is that, and then we see these scientific benefits, which is that even though we're not treating pornography addiction, you just have to have a reason to not watch pornography. Like you have to have something in your life that is guiding you, pushing you. Because what happens with pornography addiction or video game addiction is it just fills up the empty space in your life and it drags you down.
Sure. I think there's a lot of antisocial behavior that falls into this. Like when you ask like a prep school kid, you know, like what did you have to do in your life to not commit armed robbery? They don't really have an answer because they were going to school in the morning for band practice. They were doing football practice after school. Their mom and dad picked them up. They were like, there's not even a question of why you would do that because that kind of like thing in your life is filled by so many other things. So that just seems to track from what I understand. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did we get to your original concern about, I mean, do you want to talk more about stimulants and kind of outcomes and what to expect and how to think about it?
Sure. I have one more big question on that if you want to,
Sure.
and then you can go from wherever. Yeah. Another thing that's difficult for me, okay, we're changing gears significantly. Okay. So, pre versus post taking some kind of like mind altering medication. Something that's very difficult for me is how do you figure out what is a positive effect of a drug that's helping you live a better life versus what's just like you being high and like having a good time. So some real examples I'll give of this is there's a lot of things that seem to overlap in terms of like getting high and then also like not having ADHD. So I don't know how many of these things are true, but I've read something that like if you sometimes overeating can be like a factor when it comes to ADHD people. That if you have like a bag of cookies, every time you walk by, you want to grab one, even if you're not necessarily hungry. And then I noticed that like if I've had amphetamines, I can have anything in the house and I just won't eat it because I'm not tempted to. But like, am I actually making a better choice to not do that, or am I just too high to want to eat? And there's a lot of there's like yeah, go ahead, yeah.
Neither.
Okay.
So let's understand the neuroscientific mechanism behind why you eat cookies when you have ADHD.
Yeah. Okay. Go
I mean, this is generality. This is great. This is like a med school question.
Mm-hmm.
So let's understand this, right? So why do you eat cookies if you're not hungry? So people with ADHD are impulsive, which means that they engage in impulsive behavior.
Mhm.
So if you look at like even the packaging on a cookie, the packaging on a cookie is designed to evoke an impulse.
Mhm.
So you have, I'm not saying corporations are evil or anything like that, but it's not my area of expertise. But we all know that cookie companies design packages to evoke impulses.
Mhm.
And then you have a brain that is vulnerable to impulses in a way that is, so normally what happens in the brain is we have all kinds of integration of signals.
Mhm.
Okay? So you have, for example, like a glucagon level, and a leptin level, and a ghrelin level.
Mhm.
And all of these like levels, insulin, glucagon, leptin, and ghrelin, are all in some fucking tango
For
to
appetite
tell
and
you
everything.
when to eat a cookie.
Mhm.
Okay? So what happens in the case of ADHD is it's kind of like an impulsive behavior. Since it's around and there's an environmental trigger and a sensory input before you even realize what you're doing, and you don't even realize it's not a conscious choice, it's just an impulse that you give into because your capacity to restrain impulses is low. So this is why, for example, like, people with ADHD benefit from clean areas, because what you really want to do is extend. So the key thing about impulses is, let me just think about how to say this.
Yeah, sure.
So if you're someone with ADHD and you're struggling with impulsive behavior, the main thing that you need to understand is that the impulse is not sustained. It's an impulse.
Mhm.
So what you really need to do, if you get distracted, is you need to ride out the impulse.
Okay.
So what's happening, the reason people in our society are getting fucked right now by ADHD is because our society is greasing the wheels for impulsive behavior.
Mhm.
So this used to have a lock code,
Mhm.
and now it has a thumbprint. Now it has Face ID.
Mhm.
So if an impulse lasts half a second, I can pick up the phone. And the phone remembers which website. Now I have a notification too. So I have an impulse for 1 second. And in that second, what can happen? I can look at the phone. The phone auto unlocks. I don't even have to try to unlock it. I just have to point the phone at my face. And then it auto unlocks. I see a notification. I click on the impulse. There go 30 minutes.
Mhm.
So what happens with stimulant medication is we are restraining the impulsiveness.
Okay.
which I don't think that you're making you weren't making conscious decisions in either case, right? Your brain is processing that a cookie is there. It just, the impulse is controlled by whatever other directed behavior you have.
Gotcha. Okay. It's hard to, emotionally, it's hard to process that. But I mean, intellectually, it makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. So what makes it hard for you to emotionally process that? This is great. Things are coming full circle.
Well, because intellectually, everything you're saying makes sense. I feel like as people, I think we tend to think of ourselves as being more cognitive than we actually are. So things like impulses don't like fit into our cognitive understandings of ourselves. Like, why would I do something on an impulse? I'm choosing to do every single thing I'm doing. So the idea that like now I'm not making a really bad choice, but it's not a choice, it's just an impulse that I'm not acting on. That's like, it's just a hard thing to emotionally intuit for me, I guess. Yeah. Did that make sense?
Yeah. So
okay.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, but I think so let me tell you what I heard.
Sure.
Okay. You said, am I not eating because I'm high?
Yeah.
Versus the ADHD. So like, what is the emotional valence of each of those options?
Does
that question make sense?
Yeah, it's full circling back to the original question of I guess of like the character question, kind of, or am I where?
So let's say one of those things is true. How do you feel about yourself?
Yeah, there's a different judgment. Like if I'm not
absolutely
eating, yeah, exactly. Yeah, if I'm not eating,
in both cases, it's a negative judgment.
Well, yeah,
you see that? Because on the one hand, oh fuck, right? Fucking Steven is taking his fucking high pills, and sure, he's not eating cookies, which would be progress, but why aren't we eating cookies? Because we're fucking high.
Well, there's one,
you
so
see
like
that?
yeah, I understand what you're saying. I slightly disagree, but I understand what you're saying. The difference here is I think I largely have kind of sort of made peace with myself in terms of like taking the drug, but the rationalization in my mind is that like I think taking the drug is okay as long as I'm elevating myself to just a baseline level of impulse control. So if it is the case that I'm doing the medication appropriately and I'm at a baseline level of impulse control and I'm not doing this, that's good. But if I'm like overshooting and I'm just like abusing drugs, that's the bad part. Yeah, go ahead.
Right. So, but what I'm saying is, like, think about, like, so this is the study is rigged. Like, I know that you've reconciled it. That's fine. But what I'm saying is this shit is still lurking because when you gave me, you gave me two options, right? Option number one is like, I've got ADHD and that's why I'm eating cookies.
Sure.
And option number two is I stopped eating cookies. But why does your mind generate such a judgmental hypothesis for option two?
Well, if it's because I'm just super high, then it's just because I'm abusing drugs to shortcut like the growth in character that I should have to stop. Yeah.
But do you see how, like, out of the 1,000 things that you could have said, there's a differential diagnosis. There are 1,000 hypotheses why you're not eating the cookies. Which one does your mind settle on?
Well, obviously the drug, right?
Right. So that's coming from you. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, that thing is still active.
Well, but I mean, I am doing it
because
right? Like that's a part of my reality, right?
Yeah, but I mean, but that's what I'm kind of saying is you're doing it and you've reconciled on an intellectual level, but that part of you that is frustrated with yourself for being weak, which by the way is, if I had to bet money, right? So this is the most common thing if you look at research on this. People with ADHD have harsh self-judgments. And so the way that the self-judgment manifests in your mind is by it's like a study bias. Like the options that it generates for you are rigged. The reason, am I too high to? No, you're not too high. I mean, I don't think so. Right. So we also know, for example, that stimulant medication suppresses appetite. One of the major concerns about giving it to kids is that it can interfere with like things like growth and stuff like that. Yeah. Which thankfully it's not too bad. But you know, there could be a neuroscientific, but I wouldn't characterize it as high. But that's what I mean is like you pick such a judgmental characterization as an option, which I think is significant.
Sure. I guess it's just because that's the thing I'm trying to avoid, because I know that taking said medication is going to improve my life in these ways. But like if it's too much, it's probably yeah. Does that make sense?
Right. So the things that you're anxious or worried about, right? That's that emotional energy. And that, when you say it's a brilliant insight that this is emotionally not sitting with me. And then the question is why? It's because you're emotionally in the opposite direction.
Well, like let's say, so hypothetically, let's say like let's say that I fix this, okay? What's to prevent me from saying, okay, so like here, talk me down from this one. And I'm not saying I'm doing this, and this is all hypothetical. Sorry, I'm not asking for medication advice, but like, let's say theoretically that like I solve all these issues, I figure this out. You're like, I don't have any negative judgments whatsoever. You know, forget these things. I'm just going to do, 100 milligrams of methamphetamine every day because I have no judgments about this anymore. It improves my life in all these different ways. I'm doing so better here. Like, what's the back away from the cliff there? As opposed to right now where you're saying I'm probably too far in the other direction of being too judgmental. Like, how would you, what's the balance here? Yeah.
So I would say it's just like any other medication.
Okay.
Right. So like you would have a relationship with your stimulant, the same that you do with like, let's say a cholesterol medication.
Oh, I super disagree with
or
this.
an
I wanna
antibiotic.
hear you, rationalize this for me because I have a hard time figuring this one out. In my mind, I have like behavioral modifying medication that works on your brain. I separate that way differently than like insulin.
Right, but hold on a second, because what was the premise that we started with? That we dissolved this stuff, right?
Okay.
So when we dissolve that stuff, it's behavior modifying. So what? There's no emotional energy behind that.
Mm-hmm.
I need this medication in the same way that I need cholesterol medication. There's no
but
judgment or
I feel
attachment to
like
it.
I feel like the difference is that like I can't do anything mentally about like my triglycerol levels or triglycerol levels. I can't do anything mentally about my HDL or LDL. Like I can't think these problems away. Yeah, so that the medication there is way
you see that's your hypothetical is flawed.
Okay.
Because you're injecting your judgment into the hypothetical. Because look when I tell you, then it becomes just like any if we don't attach any judgments to stimulants, if we've dissolved that judgment, we don't no longer judge things. Then what happens is then it's just like any other medication. That's like you follow that logically.
I mean, I follow logically what you're saying, but it feels like it doesn't. So like for instance, I could have a day where I'm very focused and I could do everything I could do on my ADHD medication like normally, but I couldn't have a day where I don't take my insulin as a type 1 diabetic, right? That one of those worlds is possible, one of them is not. I view those things differently.
Right, but and the reason that you are, so let me give you a different example, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So let's say like cholesterol medication.
Sure.
Now, there are people who can get really upset about their cholesterol medication and having to take it every day. Can you imagine that?
No, I've got a family of fucking diabetics, and sometimes they don't even take their fucking insulin. So yeah, I'm very aware of that. I could believe that.
So like people are like, like I should be able to do this through diet.
Oh, that kind of
like
stuff. Okay,
their
sure.
body image issues. This is the psychodynamics of psychopharmacology. We have all kinds of attachment to a particular pill. And what you're saying is this pill, I can understand how you would not have an attachment to, but this other pill logically has attachments for these reasons. No, bro, it's not logical. It's emotional. It's based on your attachment to that particular pill and what that pill means to you. It's not because of it's not because of the physiologic thing. That's just what your mind says. Right? Because what you're worried about, and this is true of all medication, is like, this is the part of my body that's weak.
Yeah, but I feel like I feel like we don't view our brains as our bodies. I think that's like the fundamental difference here. Like if my heart isn't doing something, I take a medication for my heart. If my lungs, if my kidneys, I take a medication. But you don't view yourself as your brain. That's like you, right? I feel that's the difference. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, but I mean, when you say we, who is in that we?
Well, I was speaking we as in humans in general. I think we view ourselves as being our brain rather than like our brain as an organ in our body that we can medicate.
Do you view yourself that way?
I probably do. And yeah, as
right. So I think this is where like, as I'm telling you, man, I've worked with plenty of people who do not identify with their brain and identify with their body more.
That's really interesting.
Right?
I almost don't believe that. That's
Oh,
crazy.
yeah.
But okay, that's really interesting to me. Yeah, okay.
Right? So like you can take anyone with body image issues.
Okay.
Who I am is determined. This could also be because you're a dude and I'm a dude. So like we don't get judged as harshly on average. I'm not saying that we don't get judged, and this is balancing out. Right? So like it used to be that women had body image issues way more than men do. And when I work with women who have body image issues, they like, a lot of who they are is tied up to their body. And working with, and that's not just one reason for that. I mean, that's evening out, by the way, I think with social media. But then there's like other things that biologically women go through that men don't have an equivalent, like pregnancy and childbirth. So when you go through pregnancy, it makes permanent alterations of your diabetes, your fat distribution, you know, the change to breast tissue is profound, right? Like when they
Yeah.
swell and you've got all this stuff, like, I mean, so like there's definitely people can identify with the body. I think you're quite intellectual. And I think that you would be afraid, you would fear losing a chunk of your brain way more than you would fear losing a piece of your hand.
Yeah, of course.
Right? But if I'm a professional wrestler,
Mm-hmm.
like it could be the other way around.
Interesting.
So I think the
Okay.
key thing here is your attachment to it, which
Okay.
is the problem. That's my point. And so the problem here is that once you dissolve that attachment, the conclusion that you assume disappears, because the reason you infer that is because of your attachment to your brain over your body. I don't know if I lost you there, but
A little bit, or not you lost me a little bit, but I follow you a little bit, or I guess that would mean I did lose a little bit. You're in your world, the brain and the body, and then like the spirit or the soul or whatever. These things exist all kind of differently from one another, and medicating your heart or medicating your liver or medicating your brain are all essentially the same thing. But I'm coming in with a normative judgment that loads brain medication differently, so all of my questions are kind of fundamentally poisoned as soon as I ask the question. Right?
Exactly, right? Because I say then it becomes just like a cholesterol medication, and what's your response?
Mm-hmm.
You say, no, it doesn't. And then I ask you, why is it different?
Mm-hmm.
And then you're like, well, because my brain is different from body.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, well, hold on a second. That is where you're inserting your judgment. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So if we're really presuming that you've metabolized this stuff, then it does become that. And I've seen that process many times, by the way. Right? So like when you work with the psychodynamics of psychopharmacology, people like taking their SSRI or their antidepressant medication.
Mm-hmm.
There's all kinds of psychotherapy that you have to do around that.
Okay.
What does it mean to take, I'm dependent on this medication for my fundamental happiness in life.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, I don't want to take happy pills. Like this isn't like ADHD where we know that the brain is different. Like this is just depression.
Sure.
Right? With ADHD, these people are neurodivergent. Their brain is wired differently. But me, I was fine for the first 25 years of my life. And then something happened and I became weak. Right?
Okay.
Even those people will say ADHD medication is okay, but depression medication isn't.
Okay.
So it all has to do with your attachment to by attachment, I'm using it in an Eastern sense, like the meaning that you associate with that thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And what I'm hearing through and through is that you associate a lot of meaning, and you adapted beautifully and cognitively reframed beautifully, and whoever's prescribing the shit did a great job.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because you're taking it, sounds like you're adherent, you're doing all this other stuff. And by the way, there's a very simple answer to your question of like, how do I know? I think you asked a question, something about
I see a lot of really
I'll get
positive
to that.
outcomes, and I don't know, like, is this like the medication is working, and now Stephen Bunnell, I'm making good choices, or am I just really high, and now like I can do problem solving? Really, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where from like if I'm teaching a med student class, like there's a really simple answer to that. That's why we have like measurable, scientific, validated instruments.
What do you mean by that?
Right,
For
so when we-
ADHD,
Yeah. So like for example, we will track symptoms.
Okay.
So how do we know if it's the medication that's working or you're making good choices? Well, first of all, you have to remember that making good choices is a complex neuroscientific process, which the medication working it helps people make good choices. That's literally what the medication does, right? It corrects whatever weaknesses or supplements whatever weaknesses there are
Mm-hmm.
in the brain that prevent these people from making good choices.
Sure.
Now, there's a whole complicated thing there. So some people will consider ADHD medication to be like glasses.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't fix the problem, but as long as your glasses are on, your eyesight is normal. I think it's a good analogy.
Okay.
But I think there's all kinds of problems with that perspective. So, and if you look at the data on ADHD medication, there's some data that shows that the effect lingers for 3 to 6 months after you stop the medication.
Mhm.
So there are other things going on with taking the medication
Yeah.
that could have to do with things like developing healthy habits.
Yeah, that's what a big thing. Yeah, that I read. Yeah.
Right. So, and that's because the habits, I mean, the neurotransmitters for the habit circuitry and the location in the brain are completely different.
Mm-hmm.
The real tragedy in ADHD is that since you are impulsive, you never get the ability to develop habits.
Yeah.
Which is a real tragedy because the one thing that can protect you against your ADHD
It's
is
good
the
habits.
endocannabinoid system that is habits.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Other questions?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Anything else? Yeah.
I wanted to just share one or two things.
Yeah, whatever you want. Yeah.
So when people think about ADHD, like I just wanted to like share how I understand what is effective about ADHD medication, what it does and what it doesn't do.
Okay.
So if we look at ADHD medication, we have to understand that the problems that people with ADHD have come from two places.
Okay.
They come from the neurodivergence of the brain, let's just call it that, and they come from living a life with neurodivergence. So there are these social impacts that come from basically having untreated or undiagnosed ADHD. So, you know, my favorite statistic about this is that oftentimes people won't have friends. So like kids with ADHD, by the time they hit the second grade, they stop getting invited to birthday parties. So they have difficulty socializing, you know, because they can't function well in school, their academic achievement goes down. This is why there is a causative impact in terms of depression later in life. It also creates the things that, you know, I kind of see with a lot of people, which is a lot of harsh self-judgment. A lot of, I should be able to do this. This medical illness is different from all the other medical illnesses. And let me give you all the logical reasons why, right? You can't directly interact with your heart. You can't directly lower your triglycerides level. By the way, you can, but that's a conversation for a different day.
When I said do it, I mean like think it down. That's what I meant. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, you can think it down.
Oh boy. Okay. Well, never mind. Okay, I believe you. Go ahead.
Okay.
Sure.
So it's wild, man.
Okay.
So, and anyway, it doesn't disable your point. It's
Yeah,
just,
I understand.
you
Yeah.
know. And so when we're thinking about ADHD medication, like what's the goal here? And that's where, like, I think we've got to understand two things. One is that even some of the trauma-induced consequences of growing up with ADHD will create ADHD symptoms.
Okay.
Impairment in concentration, difficulty focusing, difficulty with emotional regulation. If you look at the symptomatology of trauma and the symptomatology of ADHD, they overlap.
Okay.
And the real problem that we see with ADHD is when you grow up with ADHD and you get traumatized because you recognize you're just as smart as everyone else, but you can't fucking do it. It's so easy. They're just sitting there and looking at a book and reading it. That's literally what reading is. It's just looking at a book. You can fucking sit there and look at a book, but you can't read the words. And so you feel incompetent. And as you grow up with that ADHD, you start to experience various micro traumas or even macroscopic traumas. Parents getting mad at you. Why are you like this? Like, you know, you just need to study. You need to try harder. I used to get called into my, you know, teacher's office once a semester for my parent-teacher conference, and they'd say, if he just applied himself, he'd do so well. He's got so much potential. And so that kind of stuff creates its own kind of trauma-induced cognitive deficits. And then if we look at treatment of ADHD, stimulants can correct the neurodivergence, but all that other stuff is not going to get corrected with stimulant. And some of those things, some of the other consequences that happen when we grow up with ADHD is we fail to develop adaptations. So we get worse at developing like emotional regulation techniques and things like that. And the adaptations that we do develop growing up as a neurodivergent kid in a neurotypical world become maladaptations later in life.
Okay.
We're also more vulnerable to things like addictions and stuff like that. So when we look at stimulant medication, a lot of it doesn't get fixed, which confuses a lot of people. A lot of it does. If we look at stimulant medication, most of the research of the meta-analyses suggests that starting it early to prevent all of these psychological impacts will be protective in the long run and lead to better outcomes in terms of lifelong achievement, academic success, et cetera, right? Because this is what you got to understand is you can have ADHD with certain cognitive deficits and untreated ADHD plus cognitive deficits plus failing out of school. What does that do to someone's psychological trajectory, their life trajectory? There's recently a study that showed that the majority of reasons that people are depressed today have nothing to do with like internal feelings or their relationships. They have everything to do with circumstances in their life. Lack of financial stability, living at home, whatever, other kinds of things. Their life objectively sucks. And so when we're thinking about ADHD medication and whether to do it or not do it, I think this is what you really need to think about, is that it's not going to fix everything. But It'll prevent a lot of damage, which is usually why we will medicate kids with ADHD if we choose to. And that even if you start medication as an adult, it's not going to fix everything, because there are the consequences of growing up with ADHD that need to be addressed. The last thing to consider is that the effect size of ADHD medication is basically the same or slightly inferior to psychotherapy. And this kind of circles back to like, can I do it without medication? The answer is probably yes, but it takes a concerted effort, which a lot of people don't have the bandwidth for. And there's also data that shows that medicating someone with ADHD makes the effect of psychotherapy better. So when you have someone who can pay attention in psychotherapy, they get a greater effect size. The other cool thing is that the effect of psychotherapy lingers for years after the completion of treatment compared to months for ADHD medication. So this is kind of all a roundabout way of saying, you know, I still think that what you got to do what's right for you, and everyone's got to do what's right for them. I think that there's a lot of very real shame and judgment that kids with ADHD develop and then carry into adulthood. And that if you really want to conquer this problem, I think it's usually like a combination of like all the above. So medication, if that's what works for you, psychotherapy, if you have the time and energy for it. And just as a prescriber myself, the primary reason I prescribe medication is when people don't have time to do everything else. That's really, because I think there are very few cases where, at least in psychiatry, we really need medication. Like in most cases, psychotherapy is just as effective as whatever we're prescribing.
Okay.
So I think those are just a couple of considerations.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming on today.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's always fun to chat. Yeah.
Likewise. And good luck with all of your endeavors. And yeah, I really encourage you to continue exploring down. I'm sure you will. But really, like, trying to get to the root of this stuff, and I'm so curious about your personal take on spirituality and stuff like that, because I think you're primed for it.
Yeah.
More so now. Yeah.
More so now than before is absolutely true, but that might be from like 1 to 6 out of 100, but maybe, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. More prime than before. Are you just curious, are you going to TwitchCon, or do you not say that publicly?
No, I'm not going to TwitchCon.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind.
Are you going to TwitchCon?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not going this year. I've got other stuff. I'm doing I think one thing it's next week, right?
The 20th to the 22nd, I think, yeah.
Yeah. I'm actually going on a spiritual retreat.
Oh, well, good for you.
During that time.
So much better than
Yeah.
the rest of us. Wow. I'll be enjoying my
No,
vanity
I love
in Vegas.
TwitchCon.
No, you're good. Okay. Well, that's cool. Well, good for you, yeah. Wait, when you do those,
yeah,
do you
it
normally
just
do
didn't
those
work
with
out.
do you take any family members with you, or is it you or your wife, or is that like always like a just you thing?
This time I'm going alone, and this is the first time that I've gone in 12 years.
Wow. How long is the retreat for?
So 5 days.
Cool.
So it's been, thankfully I got enough to, I mean, I have a spiritual practice that's pretty set.
Mhm.
Always interested in learning more, but it's just with medical training and streaming and all that kind of stuff, like that kind of took a step on the back burner, and now I've got enough time to do that kind of thing.
When you do your spirituality stuff, do you ever maintain contact with the people that you felt like helped you in your early 20s, the guys that you said you went over and studied with, or are you kind of like not talking to those people anymore?
I'm not talking to those people anymore.
Uh-huh.
For the most part. It's interesting. So I think the person who's the closest to what I would describe as a guru, I basically only had contact with them for 2 years. And
Okay.
for a while, it was very hurtful because it kind of felt like they ghosted me, and I don't know what happened. But
Gotcha.
you know, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Cool.
Well, yeah, hey, I appreciate the talk. Do you want to, yeah, I say shout yourself out. I think most of my audience knows who you are, but yeah, where can they find you if they're looking for more cool stuff or projects you're working on, or if you could direct people to one link or one thing, where would you send people? Yeah.
Yeah. So I think since we're talking about ADHD, we have so like part of what we built at HG, we built different kinds of resources and stuff. We've got a ton of videos that I think are pretty good on YouTube about ADHD, but we also have like a guide where I go through kind of like in a more comprehensive way, like practices, meditation techniques and things like that to specifically understand the different parts of ADHD and how to really overcome them. So they can check out Dr. K's guide, and then I stream on YouTube and Twitch. And yeah, check us out at Healthy Gamer GG. And likewise, where can we find you, Steven?
Destiny. Yeah, on YouTube, Kick, maybe Twitch again someday, and Instagram. So yeah, thanks a lot.
And then is there anything that you're going to be doing coming up that we should tune into? Anything that you're excited about in terms of podcasts or collabs or debating anyone cool?
My most exciting thing is finally, I think it's the 20th or the 21st next month. I finally do my Ben Shapiro debate. That should be fun.
Oh wow, that's awesome, man.
Yeah. Yep.
That's I'd love to do that. You said 20th of next month, so November?
Either the 20th or the 21st, yeah. That should be fun. Yeah.
Where is that going to be? Do you know where we can is it, I assume it's going to be live and stuff, right?
I have no idea yet. I think Lex Friedman wants to do it in a studio, so it might be like all pre-recorded. We might do it live. I'm not sure yet, so yeah, still ironing out the details.
All right, so I'm just trying to figure out where I find a watch party.
Yeah. It'll make the rounds, I'm sure. So, yeah.
All right, cool, man. Well, good luck to you on your debate. I look forward to it. And thanks for coming on today.
Yeah, thanks for chatting.
Take care, man.
Talk to you later. Bye.
Bye.
Wow, good job, guys. Okay. Well, it's been fun. I hope you guys all had fun. I know I had so much fun. Calendar. What do we have tomorrow? 14th. I don't think anything's scheduled. So who knows? We'll be here tomorrow. We'll do some stuff. It'll be fun times. But yeah. I love you guys. It's been fun. I'll see you later. Ripperino, Cappuccino, Pappuccino, Hoppuccino, Mappuccino, Cappuccino, my Deuterinos. I will catch you guys next stream arena. Be careful, guys. Peace.